Okay, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Today is Wednesday, April 8th, 2026, and this is a time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board for the month of April. Before we get started, I would like to ask everyone to please silence their cell phones, including me. May I ask now that you all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Very good, thank you. Today we will be covering all items noted on our April agenda. Madam Secretary, with that, let's proceed with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Very good, thank you, Madam Secretary. With that, pursuant to the open meeting law of the state of Nevada, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we're happy to hear comments from the public as well as from my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So with that, let's first start in Carson City. If there's anyone here wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. Seeing none, let's turn to Las Vegas. If there's anybody in Las Vegas at this time wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record. Good morning.
Good morning. Ira Duyanen for the Culinary Union, Duyanen. On March 3rd, 2026, we sent a letter to Senior Deputy Attorney General McGaugh about gaming regulatory issues concerning Baron Capital and their over 10% ownership of Red Rocks Resort, and we were informed the letter had been forwarded to the Gaming Control Board. As we point out in the letter, Baron Capital has not been approved for a Nevada gaming license in spite of owning nearly 20% of a class of voting shares of a publicly traded Nevada gaming company. Baron has also not received a waiver from this licensing requirement for significant investors in the state's gaming industry. We are concerned by Baron Capital's apparent failure to comply with these basic Nevada gaming regulations, and we urge the board to take action to investigate and hold Baron Capital accountable as appropriate as soon as possible. On a separate matter, when the hearings at the massive Red Rock Resort's unfair labor practice trial conclude in the next few days, we will make available to the board and to the Gaming Division of the Office of the Attorney General transcripts of sworn testimony from key witnesses at that trial. We believe these transcripts will provide clear evidence of anti-union discrimination by certain high-level employees of a gaming license holder. We hope that you will give this evidence the close attention that it deserves. I will be submitting my public comment along with the person after me, Adam Christian, to Madam Secretary via email. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? Sir, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Adam Christian, Christian. I work at Red Rock Casino as a food server at T-Bones. I've worked there for 20 years. I'm a union leader. I wear my union buttons and organize every day. My employers put me on their mud list as pro-union. What I want my coworkers want is simple and not complicated. We want respect. We want the discrimination to stop, and we want a contract now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please provide your written statement to the agent in the room. Is there anybody else in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment at this time? Seeing none, that will close our public comment section for today's meeting. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is approval of the prior month's disposition and meeting minutes.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for March 2026 and the meeting minutes for the workshop held on March 19th, 2026.
Thank you. We all have had the opportunity to review the disposition and minutes, so therefore would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on this matter?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Drexler. I'd be happy to do that. I move to approve the Nevada Gaming Control Board's disposition for March 2026 and the meeting minutes for the workshop held on March 19th, 2026.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Drexler?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much. With that, we'll now move to our non-restricted agenda for this month's meeting. Our first item of business is a consideration of the matters on our non-restricted consent agenda. The board investigation agents have worked on detailed files on each of these agenda items. Reports have been submitted to the board members, and no areas of concern or interest were uncovered during the investigations. Because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's non-restricted consent agenda. Thank you.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Peter McHugh for licensure as a key executive at Last Chance LLC, doing business as Gold Ranch Casino and RV Resort. Non-restricted number 12 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Moulin Rouge Hotel and Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only. Non-restricted number 13 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC, doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at Lucky's Casino for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you. At the board level, for any of these items?
None by me. Thank you.
None for me. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, myself as well. So would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Yes, I would be happy to do that. Thank you, Chairman Drexler. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted items 8, 12, and 13 on the non-restricted consent agenda as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following conditions. With respect to non-restricted number 12, the location is restricted to the operation of slot machines for 24 hours. For number non-restricted 13, the waiver of the provisions of the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 subsection 1 in connection with the approval granted in October 2025 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in October 2026. And that's it.
Very good. Thank you, Judge Assad. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Drexler?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you for that. Madam Secretary, please now read into record non-restricted items number 1 and 2. We'll be handling those matters together.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Golden Entertainment, Inc. for amendment to order of registration for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Golden Royal Holdings LLC and to merge Golden Entertainment, Inc. with and into Royal Merger Co. 1 LLC to be known as Golden Entertainment LLC, with Royal Merger Co. 1 LLC to be known as Golden Entertainment LLC as the surviving company. It is also the application to merge Golden Holdings, Inc. with and into Golden Royal Holdings LLC, with Golden Royal Holdings LLC as the surviving entity. You also have the applications of Golden Royal Holdings LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of 77 Golden Gaming LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of New Royal Holdco 1, Inc. for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Golden Entertainment LLC, and for waivers of Nevada Revised Statutes 463.635, subsection 1, subsection B, 463.643, subsection 4, and 463.637, along with Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 16.410 and 16.415 as noted on the agenda.
I'm sorry, Madam Secretary, 46.415? Is that just a mistake?
I think that might be a typo. Let me
Okay.
double check the agenda.
I think so too. Just want to make sure it's correct. If you were right, okay. It's, just to be clear, 16.410 and 16.415, correct? Okay, please proceed.
All right. You also have the applications of Golden Entertainment LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Golden Royal Holdings LLC and Golden Casinos Nevada LLC, and to pledge membership interests as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of the Blake L. Sartini and Delise F. Sartini Family Trust for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as the sole member of Argento Holdco LLC. You also have the applications of Argento Intermediate One LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Argento Intermediate Two LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Argento Intermediate Two LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Argento LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Argento LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Golden Entertainment LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Golden Casinos Nevada LLC, 77 Golden Gaming LLC, Golden Gaming LLC, and Golden Tavern Group LLC to pledge membership interests as noted on the agenda. Lastly, for non-restricted number 1, you also have the applications of Blake Sartini and Delise Sartini for finding of suitability as a co-trustee, beneficiary, and/or manager as noted on the agenda. Non-restricted number 2 is the application of Golden Entertainment, Inc. for deregistration as a publicly traded corporation.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Alonso, good morning.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of the Blake L. Sartini and Delise F. Sartini Family Trust. Blake Sartini, Delise Sartini, and the Argento-related entities that are on the agenda. Eric Okerberg is also here today as gaming counsel to Golden Entertainment, Inc. and its affiliated companies, as well as new entities that are merger-related entities in the structure as read into the record by Madam Secretary. With me today are several individuals who are well known to the board in the gaming industry. I'd like to start by introducing Blake Sartini. Mr. Sartini is a longtime gaming operator and licensee who's chairman of the board of Golden Entertainment, Inc. and also chief executive officer. Today, he's on the agenda in his capacity as a co-trustee and co-beneficiary of the Blake L. Sartini and Delise F. Sartini Family Trust. He's also on the agenda in his capacity as a manager of Argento Holdco LLC. Chair Dreitzer, I'd like to take a moment to thank you for waiving the appearance of Delise Sartini, who could not be here today. Delise is a longtime licensee as well as has been licensed and found suitable by the commission several times during her career. She is an applicant to be found suitable as a trustee of the Sartini Family Trust and as a beneficiary. Next, I'd like to introduce Charles Potel. Mr. Potel is the president, treasurer, and chief financial officer for Golden Entertainment, Inc. and several of its affiliated entities. Next is Phyllis Gilland, who appears before you frequently. Phyllis is the senior vice president, general counsel, and secretary of Golden Entertainment and several of its affiliated entities. And last, I'd like to introduce Blake L. Sartini II. Blake is the executive vice president and chief operating officer for Golden Entertainment, Inc. As you know from your materials, we're here in front of the board on several applications that, when completed, culminate in Mr. Sartini and his family taking what is now Golden Entertainment, Inc. private through a series of transactions that include separating the real estate from the operating entities. We have a presentation that will cover the reasons for the transaction steps, the financing, the master lease with Vici, and compliance issues. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mr. Sartini to start us off. I've handed out the general presentation to Madam Secretary, so hopefully you have it in front of you. It should be very similar to the materials that we already have. And I would ask that the presentation be treated as privileged and confidential pursuant to NRS 463-120, 463-3407.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Alonso.
Thank you.
Mr. Sartini, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mike. Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindall. I am Blake Sartini, Senior Chairman and CEO of Golden Entertainment. Before I begin with some formal remarks that I prepared, I want to take an important moment to thank the staff at the Gaming Control Board, and in particular, Deputy Chief Sean Crowley, Senior Agent Anthony Beeler, and Agent Wayne Archer for their professionalism and expeditious action regarding this transaction. Having spent my entire working life in this state and in this industry, I can't emphasize enough the importance of getting timely gaming approvals for a deal like this, as there are a significant number of people and entities that hang in the balance until formal approvals are given. Lending institutions, legal and administrative support, and most important, thousands of team members are all affected by the calendar and perceived uncertainty associated with any prolonged regulatory process. Again, I want to thank those gentlemen and the board for working closely with us to gain our necessary final approvals. Let me now give you an overview of the transaction rationale and what this entity will look like moving forward. First, by way of background, as you may know, our company began trading in the public market in 2015 through a reverse merger with then Lakes Entertainment. Through organic growth and strategic acquisitions, we grew our public company significantly throughout the years. Our largest acquisition and most significant was the purchase of the American Casino assets in 2015. Those assets included the then Stratosphere Hotel and Casino, the two Arizona Charlie's casinos in Las Vegas, along with the Aquarius Hotel and Casino in Laughlin, Nevada. At the time, we added these assets to our then existing portfolio of properties, which included the Rocky Gap Casino in Maryland, our three casinos in Pahrump, Nevada, Nevada's largest slot operator at the time, GRO, and Nevada's largest tavern portfolio, PT's. As a public company, our share price, which began in the mid-single digits, climbed to a high of $59+ a share. We were extremely successful, diversified, and continued to look for growth opportunities. Ultimately, we made the decision over time to divest of our non-core operations. Those included our regional casino in Maryland and our two slot routes, with a strategic goal of resetting as a pure brick and mortar casino and tavern operator focused solely on Southern Nevada. The results of these non-core asset sales produced extremely accretive transactions, which strengthened our balance sheet and significantly allowed for us to be patient in our growth pursuits. As we began to evolve as a Southern Nevada-focused entity, although financially successful and with a best-in-class balance sheet, growth opportunities became harder to find, and those that were considered were deemed too financially risky by the board and management. So essentially, from an institutional investor standpoint, our company Golden became too small to gain attention from the public market. Additionally, a lack of significant organic growth catalyst further limited investor interest. Consequently, the board and management frequently discussed strategic options for the company on an ongoing basis. These discussions were broad, inclusive, yet no attractive opportunities were found and no viable merger candidates were identified. We even considered, in the interest of our shareholders, a sale of our assets, if that could lead to a valuation creation over the current then share price. Through our strategic initiatives, we began to receive indications that our real estate had attractive embedded value, and that value could be unlocked through the potential sale of that real estate. The value indicated was at a meaningful premium to the company's then current total public valuation. As a result, we began to seriously consider the sale of our real estate. However, with little or no consequential growth prospects, the board determined that leaving behind a publicly traded OpCo with limited growth prospects was not a desired outcome and not in the best interest of our shareholders. In short, this led to the decision to divest of the entire company. The details of that transaction, as Mike mentioned, will be outlined by Mike and members of our management team. As you now know, we will be left with a private operating company, which is anticipated to have minimal personnel changes. Those changes will mostly be associated with the costs required to operate a public company, which include board of director positions, listing costs, etc. From a regulatory perspective, you should expect a seamless and smooth transaction from being a publicly traded company to one now in private ownership owned by the Sartini family. After graduating from UNLV in 1982, I immediately began my career as a craps dealer, working on the graveyard shift at the El Cortez Hotel in downtown Las Vegas. I want to thank Michael Gaughan for his generous outreach to me to get me involved at that time in the gaming business. He offered me a chance to learn the business from him if I gave him 5 years of my operational career. He would teach me what he could. I do recall, though, I think he promised me a corner office and a 9-to-5 job. That changed when I started dealing craps on the graveyard shift. Nevada is my state. Las Vegas is my home, and my family resides here. We remain committed to our team members and the broader Las Vegas community. We look forward to continuing to provide best-in-class gaming and entertainment experiences through each of our properties going forward. Thank you again.
So, Mr. Alonso, we can, you want to go through the mechanics as well, and then I'm sure the board members have questions both on the business and transaction side as well as the mechanic side. So,
And Mr. Chairman, you can stop me at any time. I'm happy to work my way through the presentation with you, and then you can stop and ask questions. We're happy to do that if you want to wait till the end, however you want to do that.
I guess maybe go through the whole thing, and then as questions arise in each category, yourself and Mr. Sartini and others will be available. So that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Turning to page 2 of the presentation, Mr. Sartini covered most of this in his presentation. I would just point out for the record that on March 31st, 99% of the voting shareholders approved the transaction. On page 3, excuse me, just to cover some of the details, the combined value offered by Mr. Sartini and Vici at the time of signing November 5th was approximately $30 per share, compared to the golden stock price of approximately $20 per share prior to the announcement, so roughly a 50% premium. We believe that Mr. Sartini is uniquely positioned to offer the most value for the company, given his history of founding the company, his knowledge of the prospects. Vici is an ideal partner to acquire the real estate, given their leading presence in Las Vegas and other gaming markets. And then the breakdown of the offer consideration, which consists of the $2.75 in cash for Mr. Sartini and the 0.9 shares of Vici stock for each share of Golden. I think it's important to also note for the record that the board negotiated a 30-day go shop provision, which allowed the company's financial advisor to solicit competing bids for the company. No bidders emerged during that 30-day go shop period or after, validating that Mr. Sartini and Vici's proposed transaction will create the most value for Golden shareholders, and which is also supported by a fairness opinion provided to the board by the board's advisors. Turning to the structure, I know you've been provided the long version of the structure in your materials. We did an abbreviated version to go through the steps, but happy to stop at any point. On page 4, you have the pre-transaction structure, which is Golden Entertainment and its affiliates as they exist today. On page 5, you can see from there that the new entity, Golden Holdings, Inc., will merge with, and the existing entity, Golden Holdings, Inc., will merge with and into Golden Royal Holdings, with Golden Royal Holdings surviving. Then the real estate will be transferred to special purpose entities. That's all kind of going on in the background because that's not a gaming transaction. Those special purpose entities will then be distributed up the chain to Golden Entertainment, Inc., and Golden Entertainment, Inc. will contribute the equity of those SPEs to the PropCo side of the transaction. On page 6, it's entitled the F reorganization. Following that holdings merger and those property transfers, Golden Entertainment, Inc. will merge with and into Golden Entertainment, LLC. And that's, we kind of fast forwarded that on the name change because there's a different name, but it tends to get a little bit confusing. So Golden Entertainment, LLC will survive that F reorganization. The equity holders of Golden Entertainment Inc. will receive equity on a one-to-one basis in Royal Holdco, with Royal Holdco owning 100% of the membership interests in Golden Entertainment LLC. Upon consummation of that F reorganization, Royal Holdco shall be a publicly traded company, and this is very important for a moment in time. And we'll get into that in more detail as that's the subject of the waiver requests on the agenda. And Golden Entertainment LLC, by virtue of its merger, will become a private wholly owned subsidiary of Royal Holdco. And then on that closing date, the Golden Entertainment LLC will distribute all of the limited liability company membership interests in PropCo to Royal Holdco. Immediately following that distribution, Argento LLC, which is the entity, one of the new entities that Mr. Sartini's family controls, shall acquire all the limited liability company interests in Golden Entertainment LLC for a purchase price equal to $2.75 per share, multiplied by the number of shares of Royal Holdco. And then Royal Holdco should then pay a dividend in the amount of that $2.75 per share to the Royal Holdco public shareholders as of the closing date. And at the end, you have the sort of the resulting structure, that final merger. Immediately following that distribution, Royal Holdco shall merge with and into Vici Royal Sub LLC, with Vici Royal Merger Sub LLC continuing as a surviving entity in exchange for the Vici shares. As a result, Royal Holdco's shareholders at the closing date receive the $2.75 dividend plus the 0.902 Vici shares per share of Golden stock. And then Argento LLC and the Vici properties enter into the master lease, whereby Argento LLC will lease back the transferred real estate from Vici Properties Inc. Happy to stop there if there's any questions on those steps.
All right, there we go. Yes, talking about the mechanics then of the transaction. Obviously, there's aspects of this, in particular, the moment in time, that's rather unique and in many ways an issue of first impression for us. So if you wouldn't mind, with the specificity necessary to make a record, could you explain why this is necessary and supportable under the applicable statutes and regs?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's important to point out as well for the record that Ms. Okerberg provided a white paper on the request for the waivers, which very in a lot of detail covered the waiver requests and the statutory requirements.
Absolutely, but given the nature of this, I did want to establish a record, and then I'll ask Mr. Michaela to chime in as well. But from your perspective, supported by the white paper, certainly, what's your view as to how this particular set of waivers is reasonable under state law?
Yeah, and I'm happy to go through that. I have a presentation as well. That's a little bit abbreviated from the white paper, but as noted on the agenda, we're requesting several waivers and requirements, including for new Royal Holdco 1 Inc. to be registered as a publicly traded company pursuant to 463-635-1B. For any beneficial owners of voting securities of new Royal Holdco 1 Inc. to be found suitable pursuant to 463-643-4. And for any officers and directors of new Royal Holdco Inc. 1 Inc. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble saying that, to be licensed or found suitable as officers and directors of new Royal Holdco 1 Inc. pursuant to NRS 463-637 and NGC Regulation 16410 for officers and 16415 for directors. The requests for the waivers were made pursuant to 463-489 and NGC Regulation 450, and the overarching sort of public policy that we believe are consistent with in NRS 463-129, which is the legislature's policy statement for the Gaming Control Act. As I previously noted, that white paper was submitted, which goes into a lot more detail. To summarize our analysis, subsection 2 of 463-489 provides that the commission may waive, either selectively or by general regulation, one or more of the requirements of NRS 463-482 to 463-645 inclusive, if it makes written findings that such a waiver is consistent with state policy set forth in 463-0129 in this section. NGC regulation is 16450 essentially says the same thing. that the commission may either generally or specifically exempt a person, a security, a transaction, or any portion thereof from the application of Regulation 16, or any portion thereof if the commission determines that the exemption is consistent with the purposes of the act. The granting of the waivers would have to be consistent with the public policy set forth in NRS 463-129, which is the policy statement supporting the Gaming Control Act. And there's several provisions, as you know, in 0129 that don't necessarily apply in this and their general policy statements, so I'll try to summarize those. The legislature finds and declares the public policy of the state of Nevada to be that the gaming industry is vitally important to the economy of the state and the general welfare of its inhabitants. The continued growth and success of gaming is dependent upon public confidence and trust that licensed gaming is conducted honestly and competitively, that the creditors of licensees are protected and the gaming is free from criminal and corruptive elements, and that public confidence and trust can only be maintained by strict regulation of all persons, locations, practices, associations, and activities related to the operation of licensed gaming establishments. We believe that the waivers being requested today meet the statutory requirements for such waivers and are consistent with state policy as set forth in 463-129. Granting the waivers for a moment in time, quote unquote, under the circumstances in this transaction does maintain the public confidence that licensed gaming is conducted honestly and competitively. It fosters this stability and success of gaming and preserves the competitive economy. And it ensures that there's strict regulation of all persons, locations, practices, and activities related to the operation of licensed gaming establishments. In this case, New Royal Holdco 1 Inc. will become the owner of the interests of Golden Entertainment LLC and will become a publicly traded corporation for the proverbial moment in time at a closing table. And then we'll transfer the interests of Golden Entertainment LLC to Argento LLC so that it is no longer a publicly traded corporation and no longer the owner of any equity securities of any licensed or registered companies. The officers, directors, and shareholders of New Royal Holdco 1 Inc. will only be the officers, directors, or shareholders of a registered publicly traded company for that moment in time. Any party for licensing or registration has been waived will have no involvement in the gaming operations of any licensee or registered company. The moment in time is part of a closing of a series of transactions that make up this going private transaction, and we believe that it is reasonable and clearly consistent with state policy under the Gaming Control Act for the commission to grant the waivers for that moment in time. I will also note for the record that Ms. Okerberg and the board staff and the Attorney General's office crafted provisions in the draft 11th revised order of registration in such a way as to provide significant protections to the board, the commission, and the state of Nevada for the requested waivers. Those provisions are contained in paragraphs 50 through 58 of the draft order, which begins at page 22 of the draft order. We can certainly get into the draft order as we go along for other purposes, Mr. Chairman, but I think it's important to note when you start on page 22 with paragraph 50, the recognition of New Royal Holdco 1 as having in terms of these waivers, and that the way the language is crafted, it does only allow it for that moment in time, which is defined as one business day. And we're able to come back to you, Mr. Chairman, and ask for additional time if there's some breakdown in the transaction, which we would think would be related to some administrative type action or something. A title company can't get something recorded in time, and we would need some additional time. But this is intended to I think, in the best interest of the state of Nevada, the Gaming Control Board, the commission, to not have additional paperwork that really doesn't make sense and is going to go away immediately. Nobody's involved in gaming, shouldn't be involved in gaming, or hasn't been licensed properly. And so from that standpoint, for all the reasons that are in the white paper and that I've covered here today, we believe that the state is adequately protected and that the waivers are consistent with the public policy of the state of Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. And just to be clear, we're working off collectively draft 3 dated 3/27/26, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you for that. And Mr. Michaela, I know that you have, as has been indicated, been involved in this process and had some guidance for the board as to this issue. I think ultimately your guidance, as well as the collective discussion, ended up, as Mr. Alonso suggested, in these paragraphs in the order of registration. Could you speak a little bit to the end product here and the Attorney General's view as to the applicability and appropriateness of these waivers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Overall, the law does permit these waivers to move forward. That being said, to the best of my knowledge, the waivers for approvals, even for a moment in time, have not been done before. And so based on that, as Mr. Alonso went through, we did put in certain precautionary safety measures in the order of registration. Some of these include that the moment of time is limited to 1 day to make sure that, you know, even though there's a waiver, that an unlicensed entity holds it for the shortest amount of time possible, and that moment in time cannot even commence until everything on the front end is ready to ensure that the moment in time stays a moment in time. There's a hard date by which the transaction must occur, and if the transactions don't occur by that date, the entities will have to come back to renew the waiver. There is some protection in case things go awry on the moment of time end as well. If the parties show good cause, you may extend the moment in time. And you know, just moving forward, it sets out what we came up with as potential good parameters if this is to occur for other entities in the future.
So in terms of legal sufficiency, then the Attorney General's office is satisfied.
Yes,
Based on
this is moving forward under the law. Yes.
And it's also, I think, important to establish for the record directly that all of the individuals involved in this are known to the board and have been licensed at one point or another, correct?
That is my understanding. I will defer to the investigations division to confirm that.
Could Mr. Crowley please confirm, or?
Yes, all the individuals involved have been found suitable or licensed previously.
Okay, and certainly that, as I understand it, for the purposes of the record, that was a key factor in our decision-making relative to proceeding forward in this way. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. One other question before we get to Ms. Okaber, while I have you on the mic, Mr. Crowley, with respect to the decision to place these in the order of registration rather than as a condition, you want to talk about that decision and the relevance of that to the transaction?
We wanted to set a precedent. So in the case in the future, another PTC comes forward and sees a waiver of the requirements of a PTC, that they would not be able to do that if outside of exactly what is being outlined in the order of registration here. So this is strictly for a moment in time transaction, and we do not want a future waiver of any PTC coming forward and using this as a precedent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Okaber.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Erica Okerberg. One additional point and protection that I wanted to add is the order terminating registration, which is draft 2 dated March 30th. There is an additional provision in there that will state that termination is not valid until the point in time this moment in time ends. At that point, you would no longer have someone who is unregistered who is involved in the operations. So that means all of these provisions in the order of registration would remain in effect until that moment in time is complete and New Royal Holdco is no longer involved in the gaming business.
Thank you for that. And on assumption that this moves forward and that approval is ultimately granted by the commission, what is your expected timing for this moment in time and ultimate closing of the transaction?
Our understanding is that the transaction would close at the end of the month. And that moment in time would be during that closing, as you can imagine, there's a lot of activity going on. And so at some point in that business day, that the entity would become a PTC, and then it would no longer be a PTC. So we're talking the end of the month, April 30th, I believe, is the closing date.
Very good. Thank you. So Member Sendall and Judge Assad, what we're going to do now is please ask questions pertaining to the structure and mechanics of the deal, and then thereafter we'll all have an opportunity to ask Mr. Startini and others some additional questions. So Member Sendall.
Thank you, and I appreciate the presentation and the supplemental materials. The white paper provided by Ms. Okerberg outlined everything, and the report provided by Gaming Control Board staff, the investigation team, thoroughly went through the process and had many diagrams going step by step as to what was occurring and when was occurring, and the Royal Holdco and their Gento. And you've established a record, and the questions I had, the chairman addressed, has addressed with you, and you answered sufficiently to my satisfaction. So I have nothing further at this time with the transaction outlining, and I appreciate you making. So thank you,
Very
Chairman.
good. Thank you very much. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice to see you, Mr. Alonso, and nice to see the Sartini family there and council. I'm satisfied that 463-0129 is satisfied with the presentation that you've put forward. The policy mandated by the legislature will be protected. I don't have a problem with this moment in time type of transition, so I'm in full support.
And if I could, Mr. Chairman, and just to Mr. Michaela's point earlier, the sort of the lack, trying not to create a precedent or, and putting it in as a moment in time. I will just say for the record, and you've been doing this too long when you say this for the record, in 2011, I requested waivers. It had to do with the Hard Rock. And at that time, we didn't call it a moment in time. I think Chair Liparelli had received that information from Chair Nylander, called it a nanosecond. And some of the people in this room will remember that that was the proverbial nanosecond at the closing table. And so there were waivers granted in that particular case. It was a messy case. It was trying to avoid bankruptcy. And so waivers were granted so that some unlicensed parties could make transfers to the licensed party. And that was that proverbial nanosecond or moment in time that was going on. And the board and the commission approved that transaction for the same reasons.
Well, we appreciate that institutional knowledge that you share. So thank you for that. And I just thought it was important, given, shall we say, the unique nature of this transaction and the fact that we all read it at least 100 times to understand what was going on. It was important that we make that record as between yourself, the board, and of course the Attorney General's office. And I too am satisfied that the statute 4630129 is satisfied. So with that, if there's no other questions as to the mechanics, if we could ask Mr. Sartini to return to the podium and ask some questions.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to go through the financing and the master lease? Mr. Protel is going to address the master lease.
Okay, so I'm sorry, yeah, finish the rest of it, and then we'll have Mr. Sartini come up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. On page 10 of the presentation that you have in front of you is the summary of the financing terms. As you know from your materials, it's a new $140 million credit facility. The lenders are Banco Santander, which is the administrative agent, BlackRock, Wells Fargo, and Texas Capital. Happy to go through these in detail. The senior secured term loan A is $100 million, and revolving credit facility is $40 million. The terms are there. I'm not sure I want to go over those on the record, but if there's any questions about any other mandatory repayments or debt incurrence, restricted payments, or financial covenants, we're happy to walk through those, and Mr. Patel can get into all kinds of detail on the financing. Turning the page to page 11 is the Vici Master Lease Overview, and I know the board had some questions on that, and so I'm going to ask Mr. Patel to come up and do that presentation and also address the questions that came up in RUMP yesterday.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Lazo. Good morning, Mr. Protel.
Good morning. Thank you all for your time. Charles Protel, President and CFO of Golden Entertainment, for the record. So as you know, so Vici will be acquiring the operating real estate assets that sit underneath the Strat, the Aquarius and Edgewater casinos down in Laughlin, the Nugget and Lakeside casinos that are in Pahrump, and our Arizona Charlie real estate assets at Decatur and Boulder. The total consideration for the real estate is approximately $1.16 billion. And that consists of some assumption of debt plus issuance of Vici stock to our shareholders, as you all have reviewed. The initial rent is approximately $87 million. There is a 2-year holiday from any escalations, and then there'll be a 2% escalator after that. The term is for 30 years plus 4 5-year renewal options. There's a minimum CapEx requirement, about 1%. And so that is a minimum. We do intend to spend more on the properties over that time. Probably, as you all seen from the model, approximately a little under 30 million for that. There's a couple of things that we're excited about with Vici. We think they're going to be a great partner for us and provider of capital as we continue to grow the business. And so some of those things are outlined in the lease. They have a right of first offer on capital improvements over a certain amount, over $20 million. They have a right to help us build out certain developments that we're looking at that we don't want to put on the record, but they're in your presentation. And there's other financial covenants that we think are fairly lenient to the operations as they sit today, a fixed charge coverage ratio, as well as a minimum EBITDA to rent coverage.
Thank you, Mr. Portell. With respect to the lease, I know, now that the industry has gotten a little bit more mature in these OpCo-PropCo structures, I think it's a fair question to ask around the rent and the escalation of the rent. The rent seems to be significantly higher than what your interest payments had been.
Yeah, they are. But, the company still generates plenty of cash flow. If you look at Argento going forward, there's going to be approximately 60 million of free cash flow generation after the lease payments, before debt service and CapEx. And we think that's, sufficient, provides a lot of cushion in terms of being able to do things with the business going forward.
And with respect to the CapEx, I'm pleased to see your presentation today that you'll be offering CapEx well in excess of the minimum.
Oh, yes, for sure. For sure. I mean, this is really just for doing it. This is what is required, not necessarily what we want to do in the business to maintain the business and grow the business in the future.
And so, I'm so sure then there's an understanding of the need, of course, to stay competitive, which costs a lot of money to be able to keep the buildings up to a certain standard. And beyond.
Absolutely. Mr. Sartini and, all of us, want to keep these in top shape for our customers and to, make sure that we have, long-term quality assets within the portfolio.
Now, can I ask about the tavern business?
Sure.
So the tavern business is excluded from the transaction.
It is part of Argento, but is excluded from the transaction with Vici.
And is it the expectation that the tavern business will run business as usual?
Yes, and continue to grow. We anticipate adding 1 or 2 taverns a year going forward, and you see that in our plans.
Right. Okay. So any questions for Mr. Portell? Let's start with Judge Saad for Mr. Portell.
It's too hard. Yeah. We need some technical assistance here with these microphones. Yeah, no, thank you for that presentation. Very informative. And as far as the CapEx is concerned, do you plan on just doing room refurbishing, casino carpeting, remodeling, or are you going to add a tower here?
Well, fortunately, we've spent a lot of capital at the Strat already, which is our flagship property.
Right.
You've seen we've done substantial renovations to that property over the last several years. Same time, we've been redoing some rooms down in Laughlin. And again, I think if you look at all of our properties, they're very clean, they're up to date, the slot floors are current. And then the other piece of the business is the taverns, as Chairman alluded to. We're in the process, obviously, of growing that portfolio. You've seen some openings that come before you in the last several months, and there'll be more to come.
Great. And kind of a little bit unrelated, but were there any other companies besides Vici that you could have done business with here in terms of this leaseback?
Yeah, look, I mean, a lot of this is disclosed in our proxy statement already. So we did have, several discussions with potential suitors on the real estate side, but we feel like Vici is the best partner for us as a company, is providing the best value for us and our shareholders.
Got the best deal. You got a pretty good interest rate in the beginning.
Look, we think we have a great deal with Vici, and we think they're going to be a great partner for us going forward.
Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is, they pretty much own all the real estate on both sides of Las Vegas Boulevard. And I'm a little concerned that they may be having some monopolistic advantages. And once these contracts expire, if they want to raise the rent 5, 10, 20%, they've kind of got you, in a bad spot.
Look,
not you, but I'm talking about the properties up and down the strip. So I would like to see maybe some more real estate transactions with possibly some other companies that may want to get involved in these leasebacks.
We can only speak to our situation, which
Right.
we think we've got a long-term lease. So this is, again, the initial term's 30 years.
Mhm.
We think it is favorable for our operations. We think it's a good transaction for Vici as well to increase their presence here in Las Vegas. And you can talk to the folks with the other leases about it, but we think
Mhm.
Vici is going to be a great partner for us going forward.
Great. Well, thank you for that.
Yep.
I'm in full support.
I had actually one other question with respect to the way the rent is structured as a basket, if you will. Can you talk a little bit about that? Obviously, it gives you significant flexibility, but is there an expectation that you'll derive certain amounts of rent from each of the properties? How are you looking at
Yeah,
it?
so the rent's going to be allocated proportionally, really based on revenues and profitability across the various properties, but it is a master lease, so they're all kind of cross-collateralized, if you will, in terms of the one rent payment.
And again, from your perspective, the cash flow, even with this increased liability, still is certainly sufficient.
It's very significant. Yes, it's significant. And keep in mind, we are retiring the debt that's on the books right now, so we're saving that interest. We're paying a little bit more in rent, as you mentioned, and the company at the same time is going to continue to generate significant cash flow going forward.
Thank you. Member Sendall.
Thank you, and I appreciate that explanation and background information. The one question I had is, it's a 30-year initial term you mentioned with 4 5-year renewal options. Was there any consideration of extending that initial term, or is that just part of the negotiation process?
Part of this has to do with some accounting, right?
Okay.
Just in terms of how the lease is structured with the initial term. But I mean, again, it's a 50-year
Yeah.
lease, so it's a pretty significant time frame that's out there. It's quite frankly on a longer side of what you would see for traditional commercial leases for taverns, for example. Those are 10 to 15 years, depending on how many options we have.
Okay, so I was curious if it was more of a long-term,
But very long-term.
traditionally.
Yep.
Great. And then as far as I noted in our materials, there was some, if there was a termination that were to occur to the master transaction agreement, there are certain provisions and what would have to occur. But currently where you're at for conditions, as far as the conditions related to the completion of the transaction, can you speak to where you're at with that and how close you are to?
We
having
see no issues with conditions to closing the transaction. So all conditions at this point have been met, and we anticipate closing subject to gaming approval on the 30th of this month.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you. That's all I had, and happy to support. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
And finally, if I could direct your attention to page 12, just to touch on the commitment to employees and compliance. From an operational perspective, Golden's commitment to its employees and its compliance program will not change. There's no anticipated cost cuts related to the transaction and the public company expenses, board costs, listing costs, as Mr. Sartini laid out in his presentation. The compliance plan is materially staying the same, other than the name changes and some other updates. Mark Liparelli, who's current board member at Golden Entertainment, Inc., will remain the chair of the compliance committee and will be designated as the independent member. Charles Patel, current president CFO, will remain as the compliance committee member. And then Terry Wright and Tom Ginjoli, who are current members, will be replaced on the compliance committee by Blake Sartini II, who's the current executive vice president and chief operating officer. We're happy to answer any particular questions about compliance, but the plan really, other than names and things like that, is not going to change.
And obviously, for the record, our staff has reviewed that plan and we agree to it, or we've not seen it yet.
The plan hasn't changed, so
Okay,
But it will,
we're aware
yeah.
of those changes and we're good.
yes, we are.
Thank you.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, concludes our presentation, our affirmative presentation. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mr. Sartini, if you could approach, I had some questions for you. Thank you all for that presentation. Between the presentation today, our questions earlier, as well as the materials presented to the board members earlier, we have a really good sense, and from my perspective, a good comfort level of what's happening here. I wanted to ask you a general question, but in the context of something you said earlier. You said that it isn't attractive to have an OpCo in the public markets. Now, I certainly understand that from the perspective of saving public company money, and that can be an immediate savings. But can you talk a little bit more about that in the context of your vision for the company now that you've taken it private? What other advantages do you see? What can you give us your view of the future for the company in view of that, since you're untethered to the public company constraints? How does that help you, and where do you see this going?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think that comment I made in my prepared remarks has some caveats to it. You know, as I mentioned, the board management determined leaving a stub public opco, and I qualified that with very limited growth prospects. You know, public market is all about growth. They reward growth. They reward moving forward. And you know, as we looked at over the years, our potential, the potential growth in the business, as I mentioned again in my prepared remarks, there wasn't anything that we saw that wasn't too risk, that was not risk appropriate. And as we reset our assets back into the Southern Nevada market intentionally, we strengthened our balance sheet significantly, had significant free cash. We paid approximately $1 share dividend on an annual basis, but the public market wasn't really giving credit for that, although we were extremely successful. So the caveat was we didn't really have that perceived. The public market was telling us there wasn't a lot of growth opportunity. And although we have what we think is some embedded organic growth opportunities, wasn't enough to get the public market interested. So the second half of your question is, so then why did we think it was an advantage to take the company private as a family?
Correct.
You know, I think there's a lot there's obviously some costs associated with being public that are somewhat onerous, that on a company that doesn't have a lot of growth prospects, maybe may or may not be something you want to continue. So those costs will dissipate as we become a private company. Additionally, really, as I mentioned, seamlessly from an operational standpoint, nothing's going to change on a day-to-day basis, but I think it's going to allow us to be more patient. Sometimes in the public market, you get a quarter-to-quarter kind of a report card, and every quarter that goes by, there's expectations. And although those expectations may or may not be met, you may get rewarded and you may not. I've always taken a long-term approach to our business. And as it's grown significantly over the years, I think we made pretty prudent financial and operational decisions to protect the amount of jobs that we provide in the industry, to protect when we were a public company shareholder and shareholder value. But I think being a private company now is going to allow us to be a little more selective, a little more patient. We do think, as Charles mentioned, we have significant opportunities, especially with Vici as our partner. We see that as a real positive for us going forward. So, you know, although my son's sitting here and is taking on more and more of the role of the operations Charles on a day-to-day basis, I'm not ready to step out at this point in time. So this opportunity for us as a private company, along with Vici, I think provides stability. I think it provides some consistent thought. And I think it provides some patience for us to determine what we want to do next as we, Judge, as you mentioned, maintain our current properties and maintain the upkeep of what we have currently. But being private, I think, is going to be this will be a welcome process for us.
Do you see your opportunities to grow generally more in Nevada or outside Nevada, or perhaps both?
I mean, that's a good question. I would never say never, but we intentionally reset in Southern Nevada. I'm a big proponent of being able to drive and visit and touch our properties on a daily basis. And when we were spread out from Maryland to Montana to Northern Nevada and Southern Nevada, you know, that's taxing on a management team. It's uncomfortable for me being, you know, an operator, which is where I initially started, not being able to be on those properties every day and being able to drive your car from your home to your property, I think is a huge advantage. So I would answer that question. I would never say never, but I think we are pretty focused on Southern Nevada in particular and Nevada as to where we would continue to plant our flag in terms of growth.
And you referenced that you certainly will stay central to the business. Can you talk a little bit about what duties you will retain versus potentially what your son and Mr. Portell are doing?
Sure. I mean, I'm still involved, you on some of the day-to-day activities, particularly in marketing, our day-to-day operations, strategic opportunities, development, design, all of those things I'm still very, very involved with. The kind of day-to-day things that go along with operating a business of our size, Charles and Blake and team are doing an excellent job at that. So I'm in a position right now where I can kind of be in the control tower, if you will, and more looking at the future and strategic goals of the company. I love the design development part of the business. We have significant real estate that we potentially could do that with, so I'll be involved in that. Anxious to really set some goals and put our vision in place for some of these development opportunities that we're looking at in the future.
Thank you. So you have about 3,900 employees, give or take?
I think it's more like 5,000.
I have the wrong number down. And then just to reiterate from you, you say that there's no intention to have that change as a result of this transaction.
Yeah, I think I sent out a memo early to our team members when the deal was announced, not to expect any changes. And I mentioned in my prepared remarks, it would be seamless. I think it's in our best interest as a company to have that remain seamless. Our guests really are our lifeblood, and we don't want the guests to experience any changes. So this is basically cosmetic from a guest standpoint, although it's a pretty major transaction for our family.
Thank you. I wanted to just get your perspective on something I covered with Mr. Protel earlier with respect to the OpCo-PropCo structure. There's certainly always a challenge and a focus on making sure that the rent escalation is sort of manageable with cash flow, which has already been discussed, but also this idea that certainly the buildings need to be maintained at a certain level. And again, I appreciate that in the materials you'll do well in excess of the minimum. But could you talk about that aspect of it and whether that concerned you or what the challenges you see as a result of this, very, very long-term lease that goes up relative to potential vagaries for the business?
Yeah, I'm not naive to challenges, right? Macro challenges are the things you can control, the things I'm most worried about. The things that we can control going forward within this lease, I'm very confident, given the rent, given the structure, given our ability to generate cash flow. Macro events aside, those are always something that they affect every business. And in this state, as concentrated as it is, it can be force magnified depending upon what's going on. We've always historically spent significant amounts of capital in our properties. Every CEO, every founder, every chairman's mercurial in their own way. We have some properties that are older. And I tell my management team all the time, you can be old and you can be dirty, but you can't be both. And so from my perspective, I cannot walk through one of our properties without noticing things that need to be upgraded or fixed. We are in a middle market kind of environment with the company that we operate primarily, but our assets are extremely well kept, will continue to be well kept. We've committed historically to investing capital where it needs to be invested. I, for one, cannot walk into a property that has capital needs, and ignore those. Now, obviously, we have a budget like everybody else, and we've got so much money to spend. But as Charles mentioned, I want to reiterate, the capital expenditure that's provided in the model is absolute minimum. I think the number we have in there is $28 or $30 million. That includes 1 or 2 new taverns a year. We've historically spent at that level or more. And so we are committing to maintain those properties. And obviously, if we choose to do a new project, there's going to be some diversion of capital for a period of time. But in general, I think you can count on me being very involved in making sure our properties are maintained.
Very good. And obviously, in negotiations and ultimately coming to a deal with VICI, you got a sense of them. Is it your view that they will work with you as good partners, to deal with some of those dips and challenges that you may face and some of the unknowns?
That's a great question. We did take that into account. And I think through their experience, they're also they're also taking that into account. I think the deal we structured was a mutually acceptable deal in that regard. I've been very impressed with Vici, their executives, their management, and their approach. To this point in time, they've been extremely supportive, as you've seen in the presentation, wanting to participate in our capital potentially, wanting to participate in new projects potentially. I think they looked at this opportunity with us as a growth opportunity, not just necessarily, a rent transaction. And we looked at it the same way. So I do have confidence. I do have confidence in Vici working with us. They understand the ebbs and flows of all business, particularly gaming, and some things that can't be controlled on the macro environment. If that were ever to occur, I'm sure that our partners, Vici and us, would be able to work through that.
I appreciate that. And I think that your team today has made a very good record. First of all, that the transaction, to say the least, is unique and complicated, but we appreciate the careful forethought that went into the creation of it and then explaining it to us. And certainly from my perspective, that makes sense. I think that, you have more than adequately explained the rationale for the transaction and more than adequately explained, what your vision is for moving forward. You've answered my questions, and obviously you have great experience, both generally in gaming and of course with these assets. And so I am delighted to support this transaction, and I wish you best of luck moving forward.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Member Sendall.
Thank you. And I appreciate, yes, your commitment to, and recognizing the value of ensuring, older properties are maintained and stay fresh, and that patrons and individuals who come enjoy the experience, and that's part of providing that gaming operations, entertainment successfully experienced to the customers. I did want to note, we received your 2025 Annual Compliance Committee report on March 20th, 2026, and I had a chance, aside from this report for this application, but I did have a chance to review that, and just wanted to say that I thought it was good and it was complete, and I appreciate the notation of material transactions, current kind of ongoing material litigation, and other aspects of what's required of the compliance report. As the chairman was asking earlier about it, I just wanted to note that for the record, and look forward to seeing with this transition next year's report after your 4 quarterly meetings. I did want to just maybe elaborate or ask about, so it's your son, Mr. Sartini, the second or third? Not sure which one. Okay.
His son is the third.
Okay.
We have 3 of us now.
Gotcha.
If you yell Blake in our house, 3 people turn around.
So hopefully the third isn't working for you yet, it sounds like.
It's not licensed yet.
Not licensed yet. And so then actually that was my question, and I was looking, and perhaps I missed it. Is Mr. Sartini the second already licensed with us, or? Yes. Okay, it's okay. And then actually there's a 2-year limited to allow this transaction to go forward, and then you'll be coming back and having a full investigation at a later time. But just wanted to note that. But happy to support, and wish you all the best of luck. And thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I echo the comments from my colleagues here, and I wish maybe you could comment a little bit on, there's been a lot of negative publicity about the Vegas tourism industry being in decline. And the way we see it, we see the numbers every month, gross gaming revenue numbers, they're great. The tourism numbers may be down a little bit, but if you could maybe comment on the local market versus gross gaming revenue that you might see on the strip area a little bit. So in other words, how's the local market doing in terms of gross gaming revenue?
So we have what we call a hyper local portfolio, differentiated a little bit from local, right? Our taverns are our neighborhood, pretty convenient. And our Arizona Charlie's facilities, Pahrump, we consider local as well. There is a dynamic occurring, which you see the numbers publicly now, that fewer people are coming to Las Vegas, but spending more, to your point. There's a bit of a disconnect there. And I think the maybe the expectation is when the strip gets a cough, the local markets get a cold. I think the local market, and I'm speaking particularly right now in Clark County that I'm most familiar with, is Clark County, I think, is 3 million plus people now. It's a very diversified, thriving economy with massive amounts of construction, new residents moving, commercial and retail business being built up all the time. The local business, to answer your question, Judge, is resilient, and I think there are some remnants of what's occurring on the strip that do bleed over into the locals here and there.
Mhm.
But generally speaking,
Mhm.
I would say the local economy is not only stable, but I might dare say consistent to strong,
Good.
given what's going on in the rest of the gaming community.
Mhm.
And I think that's a testament to, prior to some of these macro things going on, people are very tied to commodity prices and, everyday living expenses and so on. Once those spike, that you can see some intermediate disruption. But generally speaking, I think the Southern Las Vegas local economy is robust, and I think the underlying strength is a result of its diversity now. Given we've been in town a long time, I've been in town, went to Clark High School in 1977. There wasn't much on the strip, and now with 150,000 plus hotel rooms, you would think that tail wags the dog. And from my perspective, it really doesn't as much as maybe it would have in the past because of the diversity in the Clark County economy.
Yeah, that's the numbers that I see reflect that as well, local and on the strip. And as far as you wanting to go private, I don't blame you. I think it's a great idea. You don't have to deal with 10Ks, K1s, quarterly reports, Wall Street breathing down your neck, looking for prognosis in terms of what type of growth and numbers you're going to be projecting forward. It's just basically taking the yoke around your neck and getting rid of it. And I'm surprised it took you this long to do it. But you look around, you see some of these other great operators who are private. As you mentioned, Michael Gaughan, the Fertittas, Phil Ruffin. There are a lot of great operators who are private and want to remain private. Sure, they could go public and quadruple their bankrolls, but there are tremendous advantages to staying private and going private. And I'm glad you're doing it, to be honest with you. I think it's a good move for you, for the family as well, and for Las Vegas to think about it. You don't have to worry about corporate raiders coming in and trying to take advantage and manipulate your stock and your shareholders, threaten you and do all kinds of things like that. So I think Vegas is on the right track in terms of the public-private relationships, and the big boys will be fine. The MGMs, the Caesars, they're in a different ballpark altogether. But the mid-market, mid-level folks like yourselves, I think going private is a smart move. So I want to commend you for that. I also want to commend you for coming a long way. You started out as a crap dealer, you mentioned, and I remember being a crap dealer at the Bingo Palace when you were just starting out. And they had you through their management training program, and so congratulations, you've come a long way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I echo your public-private comments. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. With that, I believe we're in good form for a motion.
Okay, I'll be glad to do that.
And we're gonna, sorry, Mr. Alonso.
Oh, I just wanted to touch on a couple things real quick, not prolong this. Member Sendall mentioned that the Sartinis are in the middle, Blake and Delise are in the middle of their investigation from a timing standpoint. So what we discussed with staff was a 2-year limited to allow your staff the time to complete that investigation. They're both currently licensed now and have been licensed for many years, so shouldn't be any issues there. And as far as the order of registration, just to put on the record, we talked about paragraphs 50 through 58, but we're satisfied with the rest of the order as well.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, that was understood, and I appreciate you putting those points on the record. So with that, Judge Assad, if you care to make a motion.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the 11th revised order of registration, draft number 3 dated March 27, 2026, and pursuant to the following conditions, and this will be a 2-year limited license. The first condition, Golden Entertainment LLC shall establish and maintain a gaming compliance plan for the purpose of
Sorry, Judge, 1 second. Oh, Madam Secretary.
The 2-year limited is not on this portion. Correct?
That is correct. Just,
the
just.
2 years just on Blake and
Just for
Elise.
Mr. and Mrs.
Right.
Sartini,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Right. The 2-year does not apply to this. The Golden Entertainment LLC shall establish and maintain a gaming compliance plan for the purpose of, at a minimum, performing due diligence, determining the suitability of relationships with other entities and individuals, and to review and ensure compliance by Golden Entertainment LLC and any affiliated entities with the Nevada Gaming Control Act, the Commission's regulations, and the laws and regulations of any other jurisdiction in which Golden Entertainment LLC and any affiliated entities operate the plan, any amendments thereto, and the members of the Gaming Compliance Committee. One such member who shall be independent and knowledgeable of the act and regulations shall be administratively reviewed and approved by the chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board or the chair's designee. Golden Entertainment LLC shall amend the plan or any element thereof and perform such duties as may be requested or assigned by the chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board or by the chair's designee relating to a review of activities relevant to the continuing qualifications of Golden Entertainment LLC under the provisions of the Act and regulations. Second condition, Golden Entertainment LLC shall fund and maintain with the Nevada Gaming Control Board a revolving fund in the amount of $75,000 for the purpose of funding investigative reviews by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Without limiting the foregoing, the Nevada Gaming Control Board shall have the right, without notice, to draw upon the funds of said account for the payment of costs and expenses incurred by the board and its staff in the surveillance, monitoring, and investigative review of all activities of Golden Entertainment LLC and its affiliated companies. Should we do Blake and Louise at this time as well? For Blake and Louise Sartini and Delise Fertitta Sartini, the approvals of Blake, Louise Sartini, and Delise Fertitta Sartini are limited to expire at midnight of the April 28th Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the items are heard. That's the 2-year limitation.
Very good. Before we vote, Mr. Alonso, is there anything further?
Nothing further.
Very good. Any discussions on the motion?
None by me.
I just want to clarify that the 2-year limited expires on midnight of April 2028. And
Right.
Yes, happy to support.
That's correct. Thank you. With that, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Zendal?
Aye.
President Dreisler?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck. With that, we're going to take a 2-minute
We
break.
do still need to do the motion for number 2.
Do we need number 2?
Apologize. Sorry, number
Yeah.
2. Please proceed.
Very good. With respect to non-restricted 2, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the order terminating registration, draft number 2 dated March 30th, 2026.
Any discussions on the motion?
None by me.
None by me.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Zendal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. That motion passes as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a 2-minute break. Thank you. I believe we're ready. Well, very good. Welcome back. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of the Parag M. Vora Revocable Trust for registration as a holding company, for finding of suitability as a 99% limited partner of HG Vora Management LP, and as the sole managing member of HG Vora Management GP LLC. It is also the applications of HG Vora Management GP LLC for registration as an intermediary company, and for finding of suitability as a 1% general partner of HG Vora Management LP. You also have the applications of HG Vora Management LP for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as the sole member of HG Vora Capital Management LLC. It is also the applications of HG Vora Capital Management LLC for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as a shareholder of Penn Entertainment, Inc. Lastly, you have the applications of Parag Vora for finding of suitability as a trustee, beneficiary, and/or manager as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Light, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Board Member Sandel, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Womble Bond Dickinson. I'm accompanied at the podium by Parag Vora, who is the sole manager and indirect owner of HG Vora Capital Management LLC, and Michael Trainer, a partner at Blank Rome, who is lead gaming regulatory counsel for HG Vora. To begin, we would like to thank Senior Agent Madeline Stewart and Special Agent Brad Barnard for their outstanding work during this investigation. We would also like to thank the board for allowing us to appear remotely from Las Vegas today. As we will discuss, HG Vora is a registered investment manager that is based out of New York, New York, and is a long-standing investor in the regulated gaming industry. We're here today in connection with HG Vora's ownership interests in Penn Entertainment. Of note, HG Vora owns well under 10% of any class of voting securities of Penn. Moreover, in July of 2024, with the input and permission of the Gaming Control Board, HG Vora voluntarily filed an application because it wanted to ensure that it maintains a transparent relationship with the board and to allow it flexibility should it decide to take certain steps afforded to shareholders of Penn under Penn's bylaws. Since then, HG Vora has entered into an amicable and mutual cooperation agreement with Penn. With your permission, we would like to provide some instructive background regarding HG Vora, its operations, and its commitment to transparency and licensing, not only in Nevada, but beyond. With that in mind, Mr. Vora will start with an affirmative presentation regarding his background, HG Vora and its operations, and then we would hand the podium over to Mr. Trainer, who will provide a summary of HG Vora's timeline with Penn and its current licensing status beyond Nevada. Following that, we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Light. Please proceed in that manner.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, and Board Member Sandal. Thank you for your time today. I'm very excited to be here. I'll provide a brief summary on my background, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. My name is Parag Vora, and I am the founder, sole beneficial owner, and chief investment officer of HG Vora Capital Management, a registered investment advisor investing primarily in credit with approximately $5 billion of regulatory AUM. In terms of my background, I grew up south of Detroit. I went to high school in Gibraltar, Michigan. I then went to the University of Michigan for my undergraduate degree. Then I went to New York University right after college, where I obtained both a law degree and an MBA. So I have a JD MBA from NYU. I began my career as an investment banker at Goldman Sachs over 25 years ago. Ironically, one of the first things I worked on at Goldman was the sale of Hollywood casinos to Penn National. I have a very long history in the gaming sector, having been involved as an advisor and investor for over 25 years. After Goldman Sachs, I joined an investment firm called Silver Point Capital, which also specialized in investing in credit. And then nearly 17 years ago, next week, will be our 17th anniversary. I started HG Vora Capital. On a personal level, I live in Scarsdale, New York, outside of in Westchester County. I've been happily married for nearly 25 years, and I have 3 children, a sophomore at Vanderbilt, a senior in high school, and a sophomore in high school as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vora. Could the gentleman to your left please state your name for the record and feel free to present?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Michael Train. Let me try that again. Apologies. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Trainer. I'm a partner at Blank Rome, and I am here today with Mr. Vora and Mr. Light. I am acting along with the rest of our gaming group at Blank Rome as coordinating regulatory gaming counsel for HG Vora in connection with its licensing obligations and the process they have to go through in several jurisdictions beyond Nevada and in Nevada with Mr. Light's assistance. I am here today to that end to provide a brief summary of where things stand for our client as it relates to licensing in jurisdictions beyond, Nevada. I'm very pleased to report, as was disclosed during the investigation, that our client has been approved for licensing or similar suitability in all of the jurisdictions that have gotten to the point of making a final decision in that regard. To that end, there have been no fines against our client. There's been no formal regulatory complaints filed against our client. In short, I would say that the application process has been going normal course in a lot of regards, a lot of respects across the country. And we greatly appreciate all the partnership we've had with similarly situated folks across the country. There are still a few outstanding applications, more than a few, outstanding that are still in the licensing process. We are consistently, continually with both through our firm, Mr. Vora's team, and through local counsel, trusted local counsel like Mr. Light, responding to regulatory requests and inquiries. I would say probably daily, if not daily, it might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but we are very consistently responding to any sort of questions that may arise within the confines of a investigation. We are very appreciative of the opportunity to present here. I wanted to just kind of build upon a little bit of what Mr. Light had alluded to in his introduction about how we got here, we being HG Vora, our client, as it relates to its investment in Penn and a little bit of the timeline of where things stood, because I suspect there might be some questions about that. So hopefully I can preemptively address some questions about timeline that you all might have. Back in December of 2023, our client filed a 13D with the SEC, which was obviously disclosed in our application, our client's application. Following that, with Mr. Light's leadership, we had a very proactive, positive discussion in early January 2024 with the staff, GCB staff, advising of the filing, and mainly inquiring, as we did essentially across the country where Penn is operated or operates or is otherwise licensed, to make sure that our client does the right thing vis-a-vis any filing requirements, should there be any. The takeaway of that initial interaction, or of that interaction, with the GCB in January of 2024, shortly after the filing of the 13D with the SEC, was that there was nothing required from a filing perspective from our client. At that time, our client held approximately 9.8, give or take, % ownership of the voting common stock in Penn. And as I'm sure you're all aware, the 10% threshold had not been triggered in that regard. Notwithstanding that discussion, we maintained open conversation with the staff just to make sure that we were advising them and notifying them appropriately of any material activity that may have been occurring. We subsequently had another discussion with the staff in April of 2024, essentially just to make sure that there was no filing requirement at the time. And we appreciated the staff's cooperation and willingness to do so. We understand that this is a unique situation from the standpoint of it's more typical, as I understand it, that entities that would be in HG Vora's position would not normally need to file just based on the amount of the interest that was held in the company. So we were very much appreciative and remain appreciative today of the staff's willingness to continue the open dialogue with us and our co-counsel. Fast forward to July, as Mr. Light had mentioned in his initial introduction, with the cooperation of the staff, we were happy to and did indeed file, or our client, I should say, more accurately filed a licensing application in connection with its then ownership interest in Penn Entertainment. The licensing investigation process has been proceeding since that time, since that July 2024 time period. During that time, there was litigation, which I'm sure you're all aware of, between our client and Penn, that was filed in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania in and around, I believe it was May 2025, to be more precise. And in that litigation, there was a dispute primarily over the reduction of the size of the size of the board. Specifically, I believe it was the Class 2 class of the staggered board at Penn. As I assume you probably saw, but was disclosed during the investigation, we're pleased to report that litigation has since been dismissed in February of this year, 2026, a few months ago, a couple months ago, I guess, to be more accurate. And the parties, being H.G. Vora and Penn, have entered into a cooperation agreement following the dismissal of that lawsuit. And we are now here today to hopefully answer any questions that you may all have with regard to our client's application. In closing, at least for purposes of this portion of the proceeds, I wanted to reiterate that we thank you all for your time, number one. Number two, we're very appreciative of all the time that the staff has taken in connection with this important issue for our client, and I think for Penn. And then number three, in the 17-year history of our approximately, as Mr. Vora said, coming up in a week or so, 17-year history of our client's existence, they are, I hope you'll find that they are not a litigious bunch, to be polite. The only main sort of litigation per se, heavy litigation that they've been involved in 17 years as a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund was the most recent litigation, which resulted in the dismissal and the cooperation agreement with Penn. I think that's a rather unique situation for such a successful company to not be involved in much litigation. And similarly, there's been very little touch point as it relates to enforcement action or any sort of investigation by the SEC or any sort of regulatory agency up until obviously in the current instance where our client is being licensed across the country for the most part in connection with their game regulatory activity. So I hope that the lack of the litigation and the lack of SEC related activity could show that our client is truly a good actor and plays within the lines, for lack of a better phrase, and has a history and consistent history of transparency and a good, open, and honest dialogue with those that have a regulatory obligation to oversee them. And with that, we are happy to answer any additional questions, or any questions, excuse me, that you may have at this time.
Thank you very much. So I guess first I'd like to establish a timeline. I'll just ask staff. When was the first moment that our staff, from staff's perspective, asked Mr. Vora to file? Chief Rippey.
I believe based on the timeline, staff initially had discussions in January of 2024, but it wasn't until April 11th, around that time period, that we had the discussions with Glenn Light and Mr. Vora that we were expecting them to file applications.
So it wasn't until April of 24 that they had that expectation?
Correct.
What was expressed to them in January of 24 about that? Just that you're looking at it, or it was under review? Why don't you talk about that?
Correct. I would say that when the filing, the 13D was made in late December of 2023, we reached out regarding what their intention was at that point in time. And a meeting was had with members of GCB staff in January, to which Mr. Light gave his analysis on the situation. And then we revisited that in April of 2024.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that clear on the record. So thank you for that. Mr. Vora, I appreciate you being here and giving us the brief presentation. Why don't you start with, if you would, your company, and give a little bit more color around what your company does, what your, to the extent that you can share, what your investment thesis is, and, you know, how do you see the growth opportunity for your company going forward?
Sure. So our company, as I mentioned, is a registered investment advisor. We manage several $billion primarily on behalf of institutional clients, so state pension funds, universities, hospital systems, private investors. And the vast majority of our capital is actually invested in debt. So we buy high yield and leverage loans, typically in syndicated transactions. So large banks will work with the company to issue debt. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, they'll sell that debt to firms like ours. That's the majority of what we do. And then we separately have a smaller portfolio of public equities in which we typically invest in stocks with the hope that they rise in value.
Very good. And it's been said here today that one of the items in support of your application is there's been limited to no intervention from any sort of enforcement agency. Is that correct?
Correct. So in our 17-year history, we've had one situation in which we reached a settlement with the SEC with respect to an investment in Rider. And outside of that, there's been no enforcement issue. Obviously, we've been complying with many, many states on the gaming regulatory front. And then the only litigation that we've directly had with the company was when we believe Penn illegally removed a board seat under Pennsylvania law. So we were pursuing that litigation. However, as part of our settlement agreement, that litigation has been dismissed.
What was the settlement amount in the Rider matter?
It was under $1 million. The exact figure,
was it
I believe, was around $900,000.
$950,000, is that correct?
Yes, sorry, I was on mute. That's correct.
Okay, and so is it your view that that amount is a significant fine from the SEC?
My view is that it was a fair outcome given the size of the position. We had a several $100 million position in Rider, and we believed it was much lower than it would have costed to continue to pay lawyers to challenge what we thought was appropriate action.
What was it alleged that you had done wrong there?
So in that instance, the SEC believed that we should have filed our 13D 7 days earlier than we did. We did not believe that was the case. There's a subjective interpretation that needs to be made, and our counsel obviously advised us to file it at the time we did. Rather than litigate or argue with the SEC, we agreed to admit, we didn't admit any wrongdoing, but we agreed to settle with them.
So it's again, so amount wise, I guess let me ask your counsel to your left. Would you agree that the $950,000 settlement is rather significant for what is being characterized now as merely a 7-day late filing?
I will admit to you, I'm not a securities lawyer, so I apologize that I don't have a basis to be able to say a comparative basis in terms of what the number would be. So I'm admittedly not trying to say if it was or wasn't significant. I just don't have a comparative basis to say whether or not it would be or wouldn't be significant. Obviously, it's a large amount of money, but I would echo what Mr. Voris said in that in consideration of the size of the position that our client had at the time with Rider, it is significantly smaller than the size of the position. Hopefully that provides some clarity.
I mean, I could just add and say that the position itself was several $100 million. It was a highly profitable position where we made well over $100 million for our clients, and large law firms in New York City cost a lot of money. So from our perspective, we would have spent probably much more just paying law firms to represent us than the settlement. So it was a simple cost benefit analysis that made the most sense for the shareholders and our investors.
So you, Mr. Voris, you disagree that you would have been required based on your activities, you would have been required to file earlier than you did?
We believe that we filed at the appropriate time. And as part of the settlement, the SEC agreed that we were not admitting any wrongdoing. So that's why we settled. We never got to a conclusion with them. They agreed to settle with us as well.
I understand that. And as it pertains to what you're seeking here today, which is a privileged license, one of the concerns is potentially aggressive activity that in some cases doesn't potentially follow the requirements timely. So I ask you again, from your perspective, do you feel as though you should have filed earlier than you did?
In retrospect, I certainly wish we had done that earlier because it was no different to what we were trying to accomplish. But at the time, I do not believe we were intentionally violating any rules. The requirement is fairly subjective. It's based upon when you form intent. And because of that situation, after we approached Penn, we made the decision to file right away so that we obviously had learned from that lesson. Hopefully, does that answer your question, sir?
So it does about Ryder. We're going to talk about Penn next.
Okay.
So with respect to the filing of the 13D in December of 23, that's correct? Do I have that time frame correct?
Yes, December 28th to be specific, Chair.
Yeah, and can you talk a little bit about, for the record, what prompted you to do that filing on December 28th of 23?
Sure. So Penn's bylaws clearly state that any shareholder that owns more than 1% of the stock over a 12-month period has the right to nominate directors. And as a shareholder, we made the decision that the board could be strengthened if we were to nominate directors. We let the CEO of the company know that we felt that that would be a very good outcome for the company. And shortly after notifying him that we would like to nominate directors, we filed a 13D promptly.
Okay, and then you're saying that you were then instructed after several conversations to file in April of 24. Is that correct with Nevada?
I can take that. So we had communications back and forth, and according to my records, in April we had a telephone conversation with the board, and then we sent them an email memorializing that conversation. And it said, at this time, we're under 10% and we are contemplating we are contemplating nominating a director or two to the board. And we outlined two options that we believed we had. Option one would be we still do not trigger mandatory licensing. And so we could continue forward with providing courtesy notifications until a time that we do trigger mandatory licensing. Or option two, that we go ahead and we go ahead and voluntarily file an application, and then that would allow us to engage in any licensed activities, during the investigation. And according to my records, the Gaming Control Board confirmed those two options to us, but we ultimately made the decision in July to voluntarily file.
And it was ultimately filed the 1st of August, correct?
I believe the cover letter to the application is dated
July 31st, 2024.
Yeah.
Sorry to jump in, Glenn.
Okay, and with respect to investigations, is that consistent with the timeline and activities during those timeframes?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So can you talk a little bit about your multi-year differences with Penn? I understand that in February this year, as indicated, there was a settlement reached, but can you give us some history about why you felt the need to file the 13D and get involved as you did, and ultimately, even though your amount of equity is lower now, you certainly felt strongly enough to pursue this licensing. So could you talk about the history of that? There is some concern there around potentially some of your activities and the timing and aggressiveness. So maybe you can explain that in the context of why you chose to file, and then give us some history about the differences ultimately leading to the settlement.
Sure. So maybe just a step back. I have followed Penn for 25 years. I'm very familiar with the company, very familiar with the gaming industry. We've been a large shareholder of many, many companies, and we've never had a disagreement with the management team. In this instance, we didn't view anything we did to this day as aggressive. We viewed ourselves as simply exercising the rights that Penn gave us as a shareholder, which is the only rights you really have as a shareholder is to vote on directors. And our goal was simply to nominate directors so shareholders could vote. There was no other activity that I'm aware of that would be considered aggressive. We just view that as kind of your basic rights as a shareholder. In terms of the history, we were one of Penn's largest shareholders multiple times throughout the course of our firm's history. I run a firm that has many, many positions, so I don't typically interact with management teams directly very often. I have several senior professionals that do. Our partner that covered the gaming sector has probably had dozens and dozens of friendly interactions with Penn. Penn in its public materials clearly states that they seek feedback from their shareholders on matters including capital allocation and corporate governance. Those are the two areas that we obviously were focused on. And we did not really have a multi-year disagreement with Penn. Really what happened is that in 2023, Penn had entered into a series of transactions related to online gaming, which we felt did not exercise perhaps the best judgment objectively. For example, they had bought a company called Barstool for $700 million, and they sold it back to David Portnoy for $1. We felt David Portnoy, given his background, could be challenging for regulatory bodies. So we weren't particularly excited about a partnership with Barstool, but obviously the economics of a deal in which you buy a company for $700 million, sell it back for $1, is the sort of transaction that shareholders typically don't approve of. So I would say that transaction, along with several other transactions specifically related to online gaming, were the areas where we had concern. And our concern was mostly related to their understanding and their experience in that space, given they were committing billions and billions of dollars, which could have been spent on brick and mortar casinos or go to employees, et cetera. So they had bought a company called Score for $2 billion as well. They'd committed another $1 billion to ESPN Bet, and they'd spent about $4 billion on transactions which have not generated any value. So as a shareholder, we found that to be a bit concerning.
So where do you, in this process, where do you draw the line between activist investor and engaging in or intent to engage in prescribed activities? How do you think about that moment in time when you go from one to the other?
So under the SEC rules, there are very clearly enumerated provisions that require you to file a 13D. And those are typically the things that we would look at as guidance. In this instance, when we decided that we wanted to propose the idea of nominating directors that had more experience in online gaming, that's when we believed that we should file a 13D and notify several state gaming regulators to determine what they felt the best path was from there. It's my understanding that there had been no precedent in the gaming industry for something like this. So we were obviously doing our best to comply with every state and provide all the information they need so that we could allow them to make the decision that makes sense. So I would say in this instance, specifically when we decided that we would want to exercise our clear rights as a shareholder and nominate directors, that would have been when we went from, being a passive investor to one that wanted to obviously help the company improve.
And Mr. Vohra, you indicate that there was no clear precedent, and I guess I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I hear you saying there was uncertainty about how to move forward as it pertained to gaming regulation. Is that correct?
Yes, my understanding is that the language for most states is fairly similar, but the interpretation of that language was very different in the state of Indiana versus Nevada versus Colorado versus Pennsylvania. So we ended up hiring a law firm in every single state, basically. And we've been working with every regulator. Some states said, you can do whatever you want. There's no reason to file anything. Other states said that even before nominating directors, you need to go through licensing. I believe Nevada initially said you're below 10%. You don't need to go through licensing, but we obviously decided we wanted to go through it anyway. So certain states have different thresholds as well. For certain states, 5% is the threshold. For certain states, 10% is the threshold. So we were dealing with something like 30 states. So we had to kind of go through each one on a case-by-case basis, which required having a law firm that really understood the gaming commission in every state.
But timeline-wise, you filed the 13D and then you started to make inquiries about all of this, correct?
So right after we had the conversation with the CEO regarding having board members that understood online gaming, we decided to file the 13D promptly. And then we started having discussions with all the various states.
Do you think perhaps it would have been in hindsight a better path, given the uncertainty here, to consult with the regulators prior to filing the 13D? The gaming regulators, given the unique circumstances?
Yes, but the concern there would have been the SEC could have then perhaps said we were providing information that was not public to the regulators, and we would have been in a conundrum with them as well.
Mr. Michaela, is that something you can opine on relative to, at that moment in time, Mr. Vohra's ability to provide confidential information to the Gaming Control Board?
I can speak to the fact that we do have a statute 463-3407 that maintains the privilege of certain information if it's provided to the Gaming Control Board. But I cannot speak as to the SEC's view of providing such information. I just know that our statutes allow it to remain privileged.
So there, and I'm sure Mr. Light's well aware of this. So again, maybe he can speak to the hindsight being what it is. Would it have been better to notify the Gaming Control Board in that instance prior to filing the 13D, as opposed to just doing it and then sort of dealing with whatever consequences flowed from that?
So in Nevada, the statute and the regulation, as I recall, says that you have 10 days from filing a 13D to notifying the Nevada Game Control Board. So that is a post-notification requirement. And in Nevada, I can only speak for Nevada, the process of simply nominating a director does not trigger mandatory licensing and does not constitute a prescribed activity. However, the board does have discretion. And so and it's my understanding from the initial talks through the investigation that we have been nothing but transparent and that we voluntarily filed the application. We were not against any time requirements to do so. And moreover, during the investigation, we have been extremely cooperative, answering all of the board's questions. And it was my understanding that there was no areas of concern and the board agents were very pleased with how the investigation went.
And no, I understand that, and I certainly understand the citation you've given. I just, with respect to it being a questionable area, would it not have been better to at least have some prior consultation with the board? So perhaps the board could be aware of what the potential intention was.
Sorry, if I may, excuse me. Would it have been, I think the question was, would it have been better if we had, for instance, notified the board before notifying the SEC? And I think the answer to that, I'm sorry, go ahead, Chair. I apologize if I'm misquoting.
Or at least brought the board staff up to speed as to, what was going on, what the intentions were, but please proceed.
Sure. And I think the concern there is it's truly not clear if the answer is hindsight being 2020. Should you have told us that before? Because I'm not aware of an instance, I could be wrong, but I'm not aware of an instance where someone had notified, say, for instance, a gaming board of a possible what's called deactivity, as I understand it, before telling the SEC. So it was, I believe, the appropriate thing to do was to notify the SEC and at or around the same time, notify the gaming regulators so that everyone is essentially on the same page at around the same time. Just honestly, considering the history of the one rider incident, I think it was appropriate to make sure that the SEC was notified and the gaming regulators were notified timely as well.
I'd just like to add that I obviously wish I did anything that would have made you comfortable. We really didn't know exactly what the process was, other than my assumption at the time, based on advice from counsel, was that not only would HEVOR not necessarily even have to go through licensing, that typically what happens is that once you nominate board members, if they're elected, they go onto the board and then you go through an interim licensing process. So I will be the first to admit that I just assumed that our board members, who were two highly qualified members that were former CEOs and CFOs of large public companies, that they would go on. First, you'd have to go through an election, then they would get on the board, then they would go through licensing. And again, you know, in hindsight, I wish I would have done anything that would have made your life easier, but we just didn't know exactly what we were supposed to do because there had never been a situation like this that was analogous, and based on advice of counsel, we thought our board members would have to get licensed, not necessarily HEVOR. That being said, I'm very excited to go through this process, and obviously we've tried to do it in a way that's as transparent as possible, but I think our base case assumption at the time was that board members would get licensed.
What I'm suggesting is, you know, licensees and applicants, as you know, certainly Mr. Light knows, it's common to speak to the control board. And again, in terms of what was specifically divulged relative to the SEC and all that, but just to give us a sense of what was going on, it certainly would have been, in hindsight being what it is, very helpful to understand at least the relationship and that dynamics, if not actually providing us that information at that time. My suggestion is it would have been very helpful to this process to know earlier. And the fact that we didn't know earlier, certainly there were conversations, and you're quite correct, there were no areas of concern identified by staff, but it did lead the impression that the idea would be, let's just do what we do and we'll seek forgiveness rather than permission in the general sense. And as licensees or potential licensees, the concern is that that mindset oftentimes leads to difficult conclusions.
If I may, it was definitely not the intention, I can speak hopefully for Mr. Vora, to do something and ask permission later. It was absolutely positively the contrary. So if that was the impression that was given off, then absolutely show remorse for that. That was not the intention at all. The intention was to make sure that in addition to the SEC, because our client obviously has SEC requirements, that we have an open and honest dialogue with Nevada and other states to make sure that that impression doesn't come across. So if that ended up being the case here, obviously show remorse for that. That was absolutely not the intention, but I totally understand where you're coming from, Chair.
It's always better to provide information earlier in the process, and the
Absolutely.
later it is, you know, it's essentially not unlike the rider matter. The later it is, there is potentially, at minimum, a room for misunderstanding, right?
Yeah, and I apologize, but I want to add one thing. We were under 10% at the time, so we did not believe that we were subject to any licensing requirement in Nevada at the time, and we also believe simply nominating directors was not something that would have required us to get licensed at the time. I think that was the thought process, just to be clear.
Just to jump in, I sincerely apologize if there was a failure of communication, but our goal and our intent was to be extra transparent. So not only did we comply with the notification requirements in the times permitted under the statute and regs, but then we had follow-up communications and calls with staff just to go over, you know, we filed this at 13D. This is what we believe our obligations at this time. And we had, you know, dialogue from January through to April, kind of clarifying and confirming what our understanding was. And again, not to beat a dead horse, but at no time were we mandated to file an application. We chose to voluntarily file.
I understand, but given Mr. Vora's history of activism in a number of circumstances, and in this case, dealing with a licensee, it certainly would have been preferable to have an earlier understanding of what was going on, irrespective of the letter of the law. I understand what you're saying. Mr. Vora, what's your intention now with respect to your shareholding with Penn? You obviously entered into that agreement in February. What's your intention now moving forward as to Penn?
So our intention all along, we've been very clear about, which is we simply wanted to have the right as a shareholder to nominate directors that would allow shareholders to vote on, which is how most public companies work. So that was the process we embarked upon. We nominated 3 board members last year. The company chose to take 2 of those board members onto the board, which we were very pleased with. This year, we decided after discussions with the company to enter into a settlement agreement in which we agreed to support 3 of their independent board members. And in exchange for that, we agreed to vote for them and support them and have a standstill agreement for the next 2 years, as well as other customary matters. So there's no goal or intention to do anything other than hope that the board members make good decisions that create value and hopefully enter into transactions that don't destroy value.
Last area I wanted to talk with you about was Maverick. Could you give an update on that situation in terms of your involvement as a lender at Maverick?
Sure. So do you want to?
Sure, I can jump in. So as I'm sure you know, Maverick's in bankruptcy right now. Our client is a lender, a syndicated lender amongst other lenders. And I believe there's been discussions both with Nevada and elsewhere, Colorado, I believe as well, about the parties being in negotiations to try to see a way through the bankruptcy proceedings, which are still ongoing in the courts. We don't have anything material to report today to you other than that the parties, as we understand it, are in negotiations, or the interested parties, I should say, are in discussions about how to proceed with Maverick, and hopefully, I guess akin to what Mr. Vora just said regarding Penn, to hopefully have Maverick maintain a good business and be a going concern. But once there is any sort of material information that we need to provide, obviously there's counsel both in the bankruptcy aspect, Mr. Light, obviously from a gaming perspective, and all the interested parties. My expectation will absolutely get back to you with any sort of material updates.
And as lender, Mr. Vora, there, you and your representative understand the line in terms of what involvement you can have in the operations of a gaming licensee in the context of Maverick?
Yes, I think we understand that well. And as Mike mentioned, we are one of many lenders to a company that filed for bankruptcy. There'll be a complex negotiation between debtors and all creditors. And then ultimately the bankruptcy judge will hopefully approve whatever plan is approved. And if there's any situation where we are in a position of controlling or influencing the company, we'll go through all of the licensing necessary. But currently that's not contemplated. I also noted you mentioned a history of activism. I just want to be clear, we've never been involved in anything like this. We've never run a proxy fight in 17 years. We actually haven't even run a proxy fight here. So normally activism is associated with running proxy fights. We've actually never done that. So
I appreciate that. I wanted to, in this case, give each of you, and Mr. Vora in particular, obviously given it's your application, the opportunity to address some of these issues, which I appreciate that you have done. It's not lost on me that obviously there is no area of concern here in the sense of what has been in the report, and that staff has said that you've been generally cooperative. I can say I do have some lingering concern relative to your aggressive tactics in some cases. Obviously, they're well within your purview as an investor, certainly understood, but as it pertains to licensees, we need to make sure that it's done in a way that is certainly fair and transparent, and certainly adherent to all of the regs and statutes that apply. And a reading of the record plus additional information would suggest that there's a fair amount of aggressiveness that concerns me, in as much as it could potentially, step beyond the line. I appreciate that you have Mr. Light here, and he certainly is a very experienced Nevada Gaming Council, so I appreciate that he's here. But I do have those concerns, and I will say that we have limited tools in our toolbox, so to speak. And I definitely want to hear from my other board members and their questions of you. But where I'm thinking about this is the potential for a limitation with possible set of conditions related to your filing of 13Ds as it pertains to licensees. Because I definitely think that this is activity that in this particular case, given some of the history here of, shall we say, walking the line, that we should be made aware of that. And I'll ask Mr. Michaela at a later moment in this hearing to chime in on possible conditions related to that. But the notion would be some sort of limitation, along with, if you are to file a 13D or to pursue a change in board seats, that you would need permission from the Nevada Gaming Control Board to do so as to a licensee as part of a condition, something like that. Because I think we need to do this orderly, and I think that you, Mr. Vora, have to prove yourself more, certainly to me, with respect to your ability to participate in Nevada gaming. And as Mr. Light will tell you, a limited license with conditions is a way to do that. But I'm going to reserve that for our conversation at the end. And I will now turn to Judge Assad, who I believe has further questions for you.
There we go. Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Yeah, Mr. Vora, let me see if I get this straight. And I echo the chairman's comments completely. I have the same concerns that he's stated. So if you said you disagreed with Penn when they wanted to explore the world of online gaming. So when you disagree with the direction of the company or their projections and decisions in terms of what they want to do and how they want to do it, you try to take over the company? Is that the answer, rather than just walk away, sell your stock, and move on to another venture?
What I had said actually was that we believe that some of the transactions that they had undertaken in online gaming, including the Barstool transaction, did not create value. And as a shareholder, your right is simply to nominate directors. You don't really have other rights, and Penn's bylaws allow you that if you own more than 1% of the stock. The only thing we were trying to do is nominate directors and nothing more than that. That is a fairly fundamental right of shareholders, and that was our goal, was to nominate.
You also have the right
directors.
to sell the stock and move on, don't you?
Correct, but we thought that it would be much better for the company, its employees, for there to be a board that was stronger so that they could create value. So we thought that was a better option than selling the stock. The stock had declined since 2021, about 90%. So the company was worth $20 billion 5 years ago. It's worth about $2 billion today. And at the same time, based on that decline in stock price, we didn't think it made sense to sell at that time.
And the decline in stock can be attributed to your takeover tactics, all the publicity you generated negatively, all the legal action you took, all the proxy fights, all the mention of you wanted to put members that you chose on the board of directors. You don't think that drove down the stock price?
No, absolutely not. I
Well,
believe
it coincides. If you pull up a chart of Penn, it perfectly coincides with the time you were trying to do these tactics. The stock dropped precipitously about the same time you engaged in these, basically their takeover tactics. Corporate raider takeover. Are you familiar with Carl Icahn and the TWA corporate takeover back in the 80s?
So I think you mentioned many things that we have not done. There was no.
Are you familiar with Carl Icahn and how he took over TWA, the tactics he employed in his corporate takeover of TWA?
I was very young at the time. I don't
You didn't
remember
study
that.
that in business school?
I don't remember that case, but we
Well,
never
he did
did
the same
anything.
kind of thing you did here, both in Ryder and in Penn. He tried to put people on the board. He tried to force the company to buy shares back to drive up the stock price. He engaged in greenmail. What's greenmail? Do you know what greenmail is?
If I may, Your Honor.
No, I'm asking him. I'm
throwing
not
out-
asking you.
Understood. I was
What
just
is
wondering if you-
greenmail, Mr. Vora?
I'm not sure what
You don't know what
Greenmail is, but
greenmail is, and you've been involved in the investment banking business for 20 years plus? Let me tell you what greenmail is. It's when you threaten a company, if they don't buy back the shares, you're going to try to take them over. Very simple.
I'm not familiar with ever trying to take any company over related to Penn. We simply tried to nominate board members.
Yeah. And they were your board members, right?
They were independent directors that were
Yeah,
highly
people that you
qualified.
nominated, though, your names, people that you wanted on the board because they would basically go against the idea of getting involved in online gaming.
That wasn't what we were hoping for. What I
But you're
what I
opposed
said,
to online gaming, you said, right?
I
You
didn't say
like what
that.
Penn did with online gaming in terms of Barstool and the S Corporation, the other online gaming. You were opposed to online gaming, were you not?
No, we weren't. We were opposed to having directors make decisions with respect to billions of dollars that did not have experience in online gaming. So we were just simply hoping to have more experienced directors that can make decisions that would benefit shareholders. And there was never any concept of a takeover, greenmail, or any of the other things you just mentioned.
So you're in favor of online gaming or you're opposed to online gaming?
So I think online casino is an area where Penn could have a very profitable business. I think sports betting is very challenging to compete in when you're smaller scale. But I also think it's less about whether I'm a fan or not a fan. I would say the partnership with Barstool and working with that particular company was not the path that we would have recommended. But at the end of the day, it's really up to the board to make these decisions. The only thing you can do as a shareholder is nominate directors. You clearly have that right. It's a fundamental right. And we simply try to exercise that right. The goal is to have board members that have more information than we will ever have, because as a shareholder, we don't have the information the company has. All you can hope is that the board oversees the company and the management team, and then hopefully holds them accountable for decisions.
Yeah, I get all that. I get that. Were you in favor of the ESPN bet deal with Penn?
I didn't have a strong view one way or the other, but I was not excited about the deal structure in which they committed billions of dollars without any certainty in return. But again, with the right management team and board, it could have gone very differently. But as you know, everything we were concerned about transpired exactly the way we were concerned, which is that deal is now terminated with several billion dollars.
You weren't
lost.
happy with the CEO, were you?
I don't
Who
really
was
view
the
it as
CEO, by the way, of Penn at the time?
at some point around, I think it was Jay Snowden for the last 5 years, I believe, maybe a little bit longer than
Yeah,
that.
you know it was Jay Snowden. Of course it was Jay Snowden because you had dinner with him in Boston where you basically threatened him if he didn't put members on the board, you were going to take over his company, didn't you?
No, that did not happen.
Didn't you have dinner with Jay Snowden in Boston?
The first part happened, but we
Yeah.
never threatened him
And
to
what did
take
you
over
tell
the
him?
company.
You wanted him to buy back the shares of stock, didn't you?
I think what we told him is that we believe the board would benefit from oversight if they had folks on there that understood online gaming and could make good capital allocation decisions. The
And what about
CEO,
buying back the stock? Didn't you mention that?
I don't recall mentioning that at dinner, but it's often
don't
a good
recall.
idea to buy back stock if you believe that's going to add value. But when you spend money on things that don't add any value, there's usually better alternative ways to allocate capital.
You wanted him to buy back the stock, yes or no?
I think we wanted him to invest in the brick and mortar casinos that are very profitable and not be distracted by trying to build a large, shiny sports betting machine.
Well, at the time, you controlled millions of shares, didn't you, of Penn?
Yes, we owned about 9.8% of the company and we were deeply vested in its success.
How many millions of shares was that?
At the time, it would have been about 14 million shares if I had to guess, but I don't know the exact number.
And you wanted him to buy back the stock that would increase the value of your shares. Isn't that correct?
As a fiduciary to our investors, we usually want companies to do things that would increase the value of their shares.
And you disagreed with Mr. Snowden's vision of the company and where he wanted to take it. Isn't that correct?
If
No,
I may, if
again,
there's a
I think, I don't know.
if I may, I'm just a little, possibly you could provide clarity to us, Judge, because a lot of this is a little bit out of left field. We were not notified in any way that there's any sort of concerns. Also, to reiterate what Mr. Vora just said, there was no takeover attempt. So I'm just curious, maybe you could educate us as to
Straightforward
what
question,
you're.
Counsel. Mr. Vora, you were not happy with Jay Snowden's decision-making process and the fact of him running the company the way he did. Isn't that
But
correct?
Judge, even if he wasn't happy with it, that
I'm not
doesn't
talking to you. I'm
constitute a
talking to him.
takeover attempt.
I'm speaking to Mr. Vora. Please don't interrupt. Mr. Vora, answer the question. Were you happy or not with Mr.
I actually thought
Jay
Jay was-
Snowden and the way he was running the company?
I will try to be very clear. I was always a fan of Jay. I thought he was a very talented CEO, very good at brick and mortar business. I think I've said the same thing several times, but I'll reiterate it. We wanted to nominate directors that could help them better execute on online gaming and allocate capital because they bought a company for 700 million and they sold it back for $1. They bought another company that had no EBITDA for $2 billion and their stock price had plummeted 90% due to their decisions. And for that reason, we wanted to help the company be in a stronger position. Those are
And you were
things
hoping that the new board members would fire Mr. Snowden. Isn't that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
You were happy with Jay Snowden staying on and running the company?
So when
You're
you're on the
under
board
oath
of a
here,
public,
Mr. Vora. Let me remind you, you're under oath.
I understand. So when you're on a public company, you get information that when you're on a company board, you have information that shareholders would never have. We simply wanted board members that could use that information and make the right decisions. Whether
Let me
that
ask you
was
about
to grow the
13D and
company-
13G. Why does the SEC have a 13G requirement?
I'm not sure, right?
You don't know
As it
why they have
relates
a 13G requirement?
Is that, you mean, why do we, so there's a requirement that we have to file our portfolio every quarter. And I believe that's the 13G requirement you're referring to. So that's simply filing your public positions. And then your 13D requirement is when, in the instance of Penn, when we decided to nominate board members.
13G is a filing requirement when you own a significant amount of shares, but you remain a passive investor. It's for institutional investors to remain passive, own large numbers of shares, but promise that they're not going to be active and be controlling purposes into the companies. Is that your understanding of 13G? It's a passive investor requirement. They're saying you can own these shares, but you promise not to be active, not to change the board, not to make decisions, not to engage in a proxy fight, not to engage in green mail, not to do any of these tactics that corporate raiders do to try to take over a company. Isn't that your understanding of what 13G is for?
So 13G is the default, where if you own over 100 million in SEC securities, you file your public securities every quarter, which is what we've done for 17 years. And then when you decide, in a rare instance like Penn, that you want to nominate directors, you move to a D. Does that answer
So
your
you go
question?
from passive 13G to active 13D, like David. So once you go active, and what the SEC calls a control purpose, once you establish intent to take a control purpose, that means be active in the management and the operation and the direction of that company, then you have to file a 13D.
And that's exactly what happened here. They filed
Yeah,
the 13D
but the
on
problem is,
28th.
counsel, while he filed late, he accumulated millions and millions of shares.
When,
of
I'm
Ryder,
sorry, Judge, when did he
Ryder, don't
file
interrupt
late?
me, of
What-
Ryder, going back to Ryder, you incorporated many, many more shares of Ryder, and you threatened that company also. You said, hey, we have all these shares, we can change the board, we can do this, we can do that. If you don't do X, Y, and Z, we're going to exercise our shares and our voting power and change the board and take over the company. Now you move to Penn. Well, by the way, while you were negotiating with the SEC in terms of this $950,000 fine, promising the SEC that you wouldn't put your hand in the cookie jar anymore, so to speak, you went ahead and you did the same thing with Penn. You bought millions of shares of Penn through options and derivative contracts. So you could say that you will control those shares in the future, but you actually keep the percentage under a required amount. So the problem is you deprive the shareholders of Penn and Ryder of being able to do a poison pill. Now, what's a poison pill? You know what that is, don't you?
So I think.
Judge, if I may, one second. There was a lot there.
Sorry, can I just say this? We'll give you an opportunity to answer, and obviously the judge can certainly
Sure.
continue, but let's make this constructive in the sense that question,
Absolutely.
answer, and so forth. So if
Totally.
you-
That's what I was just trying to figure out.
That's where we are, and that's fine.
Thank
So
you, Chair.
If you could respond
you.
to the
Yes.
questions, and then obviously thereafter, judge has additional questions. So please respond.
Very
to
good.
the most recent question. Thank you.
What's a poison pill, Mr. Bora? That's the question
Thank
on the table right now.
There was some statements you made about Ryder. Am I allowed
What's
to
a
correct those
poison pill?
statements, or?
What's a poison pill?
So a poison pill is a tool where a company, I don't know exactly how it works, but the idea is that they dilute someone's shares such that the normal shareholder rights that one has to vote get diluted heavily. And it's a way for a company to prevent shareholders from having a voice.
Let me help you out. A poison pill is something that a company's shareholders have in their power, in their quiver, to negate a hostile takeover. They're allowed to buy shares at 50% discount to offset the shares that the corporate takeover is trying to buy at normal market price. So therefore, you negate the corporate raider by allowing the shareholders of the company to buy a discounted number of shares at 50% off the market price. Thereby, you basically evade the corporate takeover.
That
Is
sounds
that about
that
correct?
sounds like very, very bad corporate policy and
Well,
something
that's
that
what a
would
poison
destroy
pill
most of
is.
corporate America if that occurred.
Well,
May
it
I
allows
ask
the
a question?
shareholders to fight back against corporate raiders, does it not?
This term corporate raider, if you're suggesting that simply nominating two directors with the hope that other shareholders would vote for them is a corporate raider, then I guess I'll accept that. I believe that's a fundamental right, but there's not anything we did beyond that. And I also just want to, for the record, want to correct what you had said about Ryder, because there were several things you had stated that I don't believe were factually, true.
Well, let me ask you this. Back in March of 2024, is it not true that the SEC fined you $950,000 for the improprieties committed against Ryder Systems, which is a trucking company, basically?
So I have a great relationship with the CEO of
If
Ryder.
I may, Your Honor, that is not an accurate description of what transpired with Ryder. There was this negotiated settlement, and our client did not admit or deny any sort of wrongdoing liability. So respectfully, that's not an accurate representation. I'm happy to read the press release, which I believe was provided during the course of the investigation, that I think more accurately represents the Ryder situation.
The SEC said you had a controlled purpose in mind, and that's why you filed late.
May I ask,
And
Judge,
during that
where
period
you're
of
reading
time,
that from?
did you
so
not
that we
buy
can be on the same-
shares of Ryder? And
May
then
I
you
ask?
filed after you bought the shares?
I'm sorry, you're talking past each other. So
I apologize. I was just curious so that we can all be on the same page, Chair. So that,
Am I
in just
asking
full
you a
candor.
question? I'm asking Mr. Vora. Mr.
Understood. I'm
Vora,
just trying to get a sense
you
for
not-
where the facts are coming from, so Mr. Vora can respond appropriately and
Were
accurately.
you not fined $950,000 by the SEC?
Yes, I settled with the SEC, which is publicly disclosed.
And
the
that
set-
involved the
clearly- and
Ryder
the set-
case, correct?
And yes, and may I answer so that we have the correct facts? The
I don't
correct
have a
fact-
question before you right now. I'm asking you simple yes or no questions.
Yes.
When did you have your eye on Penn?
I first learned of Penn when I was 25 years old as a young associate at Goldman Sachs, and I followed the company for 25 years. We were one of Penn's largest shareholders at least 3 times over the past 17 years. We always had a constructive dialogue with every single company we had invested in. And even when we nominated directors, this idea of corporate raider and animosity and tactics is, in my view, a gross mischaracterization of simply, as a shareholder, doing your most fundamental duty, which is hoping that there are directors that hold the management team accountable, which again is what we tried to do. Is you nominate directors, then
You're
shareholders
repeating
vote.
yourself, Mr. Vora. I've heard this like 3 times now. Let me move on. You began purchasing Penn stock, isn't it true, back in 2010? And it was held as a passive investor until 2023 under the SEC Schedule 13G filing. Isn't that correct?
We had been an owner of Penn several times for many years, and we had bought the stock and then sold it later. So I don't remember the time frame, but I think we were one of Penn's biggest shareholders 3 separate times where we had bought it and then eventually had sold it because it reached our price targets. And that's typically, as an investor, all you're trying to do is buy a stock that can hopefully generate positive P&L for our institutional investors.
And isn't it true that in May 4th, 2023, you met with Penn CEO Jay Snowden and requested that Penn commit to a share repurchase program?
It's highly possible that we walk Jay through the math of what different outcomes could be. That's typically how we approach situations. We approach them with an objective analysis.
And Penn declined to do that, didn't they?
I actually think they bought back stock, but I don't really recall. I know they most recently have told the market that they're going to buy back 20% of their market cap. A little bit late, but they're buying back a lot of stock, actually.
And that was at the meeting in Boston with Mr. Snowden?
What I'm saying is Penn did buy back a lot of stock. They're
No,
actually
the
doing
meeting.
that
I'm
right
talking
now.
about the meeting. Did you have the meeting with Mr. Snowden in Boston over dinner?
I believe, Judge, you had referenced something in March I'm just trying to make sure we're with the timeline. I apologize. I thought you mentioned something March. I believe
May 4th of 2023.
Oh, May 4. I'm sorry. Thank you. And now are you referring to the dinner meeting in Boston you referred to
I'm asking
previously?
him, did
that
you
happened
have
in
a dinner
December?
meeting with Mr. Snowden? Yes or no?
Okay, good. You can answer that, Mr. Vora.
I think I've met Mr. Snowden 3 or 4 times throughout that year, and I'm sure my analyst has spoken to Mr. Snowden dozens of times, and I'm sure those conversations were all very cordial until the Barstool transaction, which was highly embarrassing for the company and put them in a defensive posture.
And isn't it true that on or about August 8th, 2023, you increased your position in Penn by owning 154 million plus shares, or approximately 9.4% of Penn?
With all due respect, Judge, that's another fact that there's been a lot of facts that are just completely off, and I don't know where they're coming from, but no, we never owned more than 15 million shares, and I think you said 150 million. So no, and also earlier you had asked a question about
How many
whether they
shares
bought
did you
back
own at that time?
something under 15 million. And then you'd asked another question, but I don't believe I had an opportunity to answer clearly. You had asked about buying back stock, and what I said is, I don't believe these are fundamentally good or bad things. Basically, there's a financial analysis that goes into what's the right decision. So if you think it's better to flush $4 billion down the toilet, which is what they did, then you can go down that path, or you can use the $4 billion to give it to your employees or buy back stock that creates value, which is what they're doing now. So I just want to be clear, they're buying back a lot of stock, but unfortunately they also flush $4 billion down the toilet.
Or you can sell the stock and move on to something else, right?
Yes, you could do that as well, or you could buy more stock, or there's obviously you could do either of those.
Then on December 18th, 2023, you indicated to Mr. Snowden at that dinner in Boston that you would seek to place new board members of Penn Entertainment on their board. Now, why did you continue to attempt to change and influence the control of Penn's board and its decision-making process and control of its strategic long-term plans prior to filing the 13D schedule under the SEC rules?
Mr. Snowden, during that dinner, acknowledged that his board had certain weaknesses and deficiencies. Obviously, it was at a time where the market sentiment was incredibly negative given the transactions they had publicly announced. We, as a shareholder that cared about the company, said, we think we know folks that could be very helpful to you, so we'd like to think about nominating them. We did it with the best intentions of the company in mind, and I believe Mr. Snowden ultimately agreed because they actually took those board members and put them on the board.
And when did you file the 13D on the Penn matter?
It was December 28th, 2024. It was timely filing, and the SEC is advised that, to my knowledge, of no problems with the SEC filing of the 13D.
And
That would be
again,
20
the
sorry,
board members,
23, not 24, correct?
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you for correcting me. I apologize. December 28th, 2023. Yes, thank you.
and to just be very clear to answer your question fully, at that dinner, we simply said, we understand that the company is struggling. We believe that we can be helpful by nominating board members that have experience in online gaming and allocating capital. We did not even have anyone in mind at that time. We ultimately nominated 3 directors. One guy was named Bill Clifford, who was the CFO of Penn for 15 years during its glory years. Another guy was a guy named Anthony Sanfilippo, who was the CEO of Pinnacle, a close friend of mine, and someone that built an incredibly successful enterprise before selling to Penn. And the third person was Carlos Ruiz Sanchez, a very talented CFO, all highly, highly qualified members who we thought would get licensed fairly easily given their history. And just to be further clear, the company ultimately took 2 of those board members. So really, there's not much that we did that they ultimately didn't do on their own. I just believe that they perhaps came to the same conclusions a little bit later.
And from a gaming regulatory perspective, to try to get back to what I had said earlier about trying to be open and honest with everyone. And I appreciate the questions, Your Honor, that you're providing here, because I do think it's important to make sure that everyone's aware of the timeline. What Mr. Vora just described with regards to the 3 nominations, that did not occur until the 2025 shareholder season, for lack of a better phrase. That also did not occur until Mr. Vora's fleet, to be polite, of counsel across the country had consistent communication with gaming regulators, gaming regulatory agencies, including your agency, to make sure that before they took that step, to get back to the chair's, I think, concern about how our client might be taking actions and hoping for it to be okay after the fact, before our client took the step, which was, as Mr. Vora has said multiple times, permitted under Penn's own bylaws, there was open and honest communication with the gaming regulators across the country to make sure that they didn't have any problems with them doing so. And ultimately, our client was able to get to the point where there were no restrictions, including from Nevada, in our client to be able to nominate directors. So it was in, again, the spirit of trying to be open and honest with important folks such as yourself and the staff and across the country to make sure that there wasn't a problem, that it wasn't a timing issue, to make sure that there were no mistakes made. So I wanted to just make sure that that point was clear in terms of the timeline. And to reiterate, again, back to the interest of being open and honest, again, I'm not an SEC attorney, but when the filing of the 13D was filed in December of 2023.
December what? What was the date?
December 28th, 2023 is my understanding. That filing then was followed by extensive discussions with gaming regulators across the country in the locations that Penn is licensed, to make sure that there was an open and honest dialogue so that everyone was on the same page, so that the right things were done and that our client filed applications where they need to be filed, et cetera, et cetera. So hopefully that provides a little bit more context.
Let me go back.
And that is the only activity we had ever
speaking of the
undertaken.
timeline, hold on, Mr. Vora. The timeline is
Sure,
you
Your Honor.
filed on December 28th, 2023, the 13D schedule, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, who is Mandy Lamb? Who is that, Mr. Vora?
She's our chief legal officer.
For your company, right?
Correct.
Now, isn't it a fact that on December 19th, now that's before December 28th, December 19th of 2023, Mandy Lamb sends an email to Jay Snowden, and she says, "Hi, Jay. Parag and Justin just asked that I reach out to summarize the requests communicated to you last evening. Number one, the right of H.G. Vora to appoint 2 directors to the board, class 3, that such appointment occur promptly and for the board to be appropriately downsized over a reasonable period of time. Number two, that one of our appointees serve on the Nominating and Corporate Governance Committee. And number three, the establishment of a new board committee comprising 3 directors focused on capital allocation, and for one of our appointees to serve as chair of this new committee. We look forward to hearing from you. Now, that was done before you filed the 13D. So now you're an active investor and you're engaged in this activity before filing the 13D.
Your Honor, that
No, isn't
activity.
it?
No, you
No, that's
don't,
not,
you don't
that's
file a
incorrect.
D
Hang on,
until
quick.
after
No,
you make that
real
request.
quick, real quick. So again, let me repeat. The SEC filing occurred timely. The SEC has indicated no indication to my knowledge, Your Honor, that that activity wasn't timely. So I'm just wondering, if I may, why do you believe, it sounds like you think that that was not timely filed. Is that your
Because it's a
understanding?
controlled purpose. The SEC says that type of activity constitutes a controlled purpose where you want to take over control of the company prior to letting the shareholders of that existing company be able to issue a poison pill to negate the takeover. It's really simple. This is not rocket science.
Yes, it really is simple that our client had 10 days to file. It timely filed. The SEC has indicated nothing to the contrary, and any suggestion that our client's filing was not timely is just factually inaccurate.
Yeah,
You
but
would
Mr.
never-
Vora,
you would
it
nev-
seems
you would
like you're
never
not
make a-
being very candid with this tribunal. When you say that everything is hunky-dory here, the way you performed in all these takeovers with Penn and Ryder, that you're not being very candid with the tribunal. You actually wanted to control Penn. You wanted to get rid of its management. You wanted to get rid of Jay Snowden, and you wanted to take the company over because you disagreed with the direction the company was going.
Judge, if I may, you're making a lot of factual accusations, and I'm trying to make sure that all of your understandable questions
I'm
and
asking him
concerns are
about his
answered.
intent.
Understood. If I may, perhaps we could just put a pause on all of this. We would be happy to, because all these questions did not come up in the almost 2 years of investigation in the way that you're framing them. And maybe it would be helpful to everyone involved for us to pause this. We could get all of your questions that you have so that we can make sure that you're comfortable with the situation, so that you can see that our client is truly not an active, not acting inappropriately, and that we can answer your questions and make sure that you're satisfied before you make any determination. Because I don't want you to leave here dissatisfied with any sort of answer. So perhaps it would be best that we pause this, we get answers to whatever questions you might have, and we come back at a later time.
Mr. Vora, let me ask you this. What is a cash settle swap?
Judge, can I just pause for 1 second? Just so I understand are you suggesting then you would like to refer this back to staff for further investigation? Is that your request right now?
If I could have 2 minutes to confer with Nate and Mr. I suspect that may be the request. I could step out for 2 minutes. That's okay.
Let's do this. We're going to take a break for 2 minutes. And
Very good.
come back, and I would like to understand exactly what your request is in this regard. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, we're back on the air, waiting for the Las Vegas team to appear.
Hi, everyone. I apologize. Could we have just 2 more minutes to discuss? I'm totally sympathetic to your time and I don't want to waste any more of it, but would it be possible to just have 2 more minutes?
Sir, we're gonna keep it to actual 2 minutes. It's 11:49 now. Let's
We will be
keep-
back at 11:51. I promise you.
Very good. Okay, yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, I believe in the back. Stephen, I think we're ready to go back.
Chair Dreitzer.
Yeah.
Mr.
Thank
Light,
you.
yes.
Thank you for your time. So we're fielding quite a number of questions that weren't raised during the investigation, and we want to make sure that both the questions are accurate and our answers are accurate. But with that said, so we are happy to perhaps obtain a list of questions from Judge Assad, which we can then review and respond to in a timely manner. We could do that one of 2 ways. One would be to just refer this back to staff and do that. The preferred way for us would be to answer those questions before the commission hearing in 2 weeks' time, because, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but it's my understanding so far that you, Chair, potentially favor a 2-year limited license with conditions, which we are fine with. And we haven't heard from Member Sindao as to which way she leans on this.
Yeah, so my preference at this point would be to refer it back for a month. If there are other pending questions that board members have, I think not only the board member asking the questions would like to know the answers, but I believe the other board members would as well, to the extent that there remain any questions. Obviously, as the gold standard of licensing, we of course take this very seriously, and if there are some things that still need to be answered that for whatever reason have not yet been addressed, we would like to give you, Mr. Vora, the opportunity to address them in full, and would, under these circumstances, given the extent of the questions that you have not received up until now, I think the best course is to refer it back to staff with the opportunity to bring it back in the very near future. That would be my point of view.
Okay, I'll do whatever.
Yes, that sounds like a reasonable approach. Thank you.
Very good. And if without any input from my board members, feel free.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'd like to maybe let Member Sindall have an opportunity to be heard.
Yeah, I had a question, but I would prefer and ensure to make the record appropriate and to ensure to move to the facts of today, that this get referred back and that the more detailed questions be sent to you in advance prior to our next meeting. So then you have an opportunity to respond and provide those back to us in writing, and then we can hopefully move forward in a more productive and quicker, efficient manner, and ensure that we're all on the same page and we have the same dates and the same stock value and numbers that occurred. I think that would be more productive, and I'm happy to support having this get referred back and coming back to us in a month's time, or however long.
Yeah.
If you need more time, I would suggest take more time and ensure that everything is fully prepared for that, for coming back to us in the future. Thank you, Chairman.
I mean, just to be clear, oftentimes issues arise in hearings that potentially the applicant would not be aware of and would have to answer live and on the spot, and that happens all the time. However, in this particular case, given the volume of questions and the materiality of the questions to the application before us, I feel, and we all agree, it's best to refer this back to staff. And again, so not only Judge Assad, but the other members as well can get the benefit of those answers. And we are happy to accommodate to do this as early as next month, to the extent that I'm looking now at staff, but I believe that won't be a problem. The directive will be that we would take this back up in May, so as not to unnecessarily delay this matter further. So I think with that, we will accept your request to refer it back to staff. And I believe we all know at this stage, where we go from here. As to the questions, I will ask my fellow work staff in the investigations division, Chief Rippey's team, to provide any questions in short order, so that Mr. Vora and his team can have adequate time to respond to them, and we will consider the matter as soon as possible thereafter.
I'll make that motion if you like.
I don't believe we need a motion. We're just going to.
No motion. Okay.
Gentlemen, thank you for your time. We will
Thank you.
refer it back to staff at this time, and we will see you at a future hearing in the near future. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, with District 4.
4 are these of no age for amendment to order of registration, to issue securities, and for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Novum Swiss AG for finding of suitability as the sole shareholder of Gryphon Invest AG. Lastly, you have the applications of Gryphon Invest AG for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as a beneficial owner of Novomatic AG.
Very good. Good afternoon, Ms. Stoppel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Member Chachazat, Member Sandel, staff of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, Madam Secretary. For the records, my name is Sabine Stoppel. I'm Head of Regulatory Affairs for the Novomatic Group. Participating today via Zoom, as usual, is Mr. Michael Roecker, External Counsel, who represents Novomatic in a pending case in Austria. As I'm sure you will have questions about that. Also participating via Zoom today is Mr. Dominik Racic. He is Executive Chairman of Novum Swiss AG and Management Board Member of Gryphon Invest AG. And at this point, thank you for having considered the Novomatic's applications, and I want to say thank you to the Corporate Securities and Investigation Division for their hard work, Deputy Chief Sean Crawley and Agent Victoria Park. It's always a great pleasure for me to work with them.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Stoppel. So am I to understand that this is a transaction that's driven for tax reasons?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Newly issued shares. You know the restrictions. Today's appearance is to seek approval for the planned transactions. The relationship of the Novomatic AG Group and the Novum Swiss AG Group is that they have the same ultimate beneficial owner, which is Professor Johann. And also Novum Swiss AG is a 10% shareholder of Novomatic AG. And both groups are active in the same business areas, gaming technology and gaming operations. And for the strategic reasons, it has been decided to transfer the majority of the Novum Swiss Group's operational subsidiaries to Novomatic AG. The strategic rationale of this reorganization is to create synergies, particularly in the gaming technology area, and to increase the European footprint of Novomatic AG. And therefore, the purpose of the transaction is to transfer the majority of Novum Swiss Group's business to Novomatic AG Group, and thereby increasing the current ownership of Novum Swiss AG in Novomatic AG from 10 to approximately 25%. And following a legal and tax advice obtained in Austria and in Switzerland, and to avoid any tax risks, this transaction can best be achieved by a two-step process, whereby with a wholly owned subsidiary of Novum Swiss AG, and which is also the direct owner of these subsidiaries, transfers in a step 1 the relevant direct subsidiaries to Novomatic AG by way of a contribution in kind against issuance of shares by Novomatic AG. And in a step 2, the newly issued shares in Novomatic AG will then immediately after, at the same day, back to back, be transferred by Gryphon Invest to its parent company, Novum Swiss AG, by way of a distribution of a dividend in kind. And based on a preliminary valuation, the contribution in kind is expected to result in shares representing approximately 16.6% of the total share capital of Novomatic AG. And for the records at this point, I would like to state that the 16.6% is, as of today, still only indicative. The valuation and corresponding exchange ratio is in the process of being determined by an independent valuation report from Ernst & Young. And we should be able to communicate more concrete numbers of shares and percentages in a couple of weeks or at the upcoming commission meeting in April 23rd. Yeah.
With an eye towards settling the matter by the end of the month.
Yes. And the transaction and the issuance of new shares by Novomatic AG and involvement of Gryphon Invest requires an amendment to Novomatic AG's order of registration. And this amendment will be the second revised order of registration. And we are here today to respectfully request the approval of the applications as per today's agenda item 4.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stoppel. So at the end of it, you're going to have Novo Invest have 75% and Novum Swiss have 25%.
Approximately, yes. This is the target, yeah.
And both of those entities have previously received suitability from.
Of course, yes, correct, yeah.
Now, to that point, then, seems to be a theme today at this moment in time, a type of transaction. So, Mr. Michela, could you speak to this? Perhaps you and maybe Mr. Crowley could speak to this in terms of the sufficiency of this transaction and whether it's permitted under the regulation.
Thank you, Chair. For this moment in time transaction, there are no waivers and all necessary approval would be obtained through this agenda item, so there are no legal.
Very good. And then Mr. Crowley, maybe if you could speak to this structure.
Yeah, when discussions with Novomatic, we thought it would be the best decision to go ahead and just register all the entities involved and not do waivers. And, just resulting in the movement of the shares immediately through Gryphon Invest and up to Novum Swiss.
Thank you. And between the discussion yesterday at RUMP and your explanation today, I understand it and I have no further questions about that. Two other areas of questioning, of course, one being the status of the investigation. Perhaps you could provide an update on that now.
Yes, may I refer to Mr. Oeka, our external counsel? He could.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Sir.
Yeah, Chairman Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sandel, Madam Secretary, good morning from Vienna, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate again in the hearing. The status of the Austrian criminal proceeding is, as you know, the proceeding started in 2019, and a couple of allegations were risen against Novomatic AG. And all of these allegations in this Ibiza proceeding, except for one, have been closed by the prosecutor because they found no grounds to prosecute anymore. Only one of those is still open. The prosecutor, about 1.5 years ago, recommended to also close that file to his second instance. But the second instance found that this one remaining issue should go to court. And the prosecutor now in February filed a request for prosecution by the court. So a judge will further investigate this remaining issue. The first judge that was in charge of this issue was conflicted. Her husband represents one of the suspects in the original Ibiza file. So we had a change in the judge. The president of the court ordered for a change in the judge. So we don't have dates for the court hearings yet. We will have the possibility to file a reply to the prosecutor's request for prosecution by the court. And then the judge will clarify this in an oral hearing. It's difficult to predict how long this can take. The first judge wanted to start in April or May, but that now will not take place because the judge changed. Maybe it starts before summer, maybe it starts in fall, and it could take a couple of days, or maybe even 10 days in court to clarify this. So that's the current status of this proceeding.
Is the matter as to Professor Graf as well as Mr. Neumann, how would you characterize the focus at this time?
Yes. The matter is mainly about Mr. Neumann. The allegation is that Mr. Neumann, in his function as member of the supervisory board of the Austrian Casinos Austria AG, that's a company where Novomatic AG held a certain shareholding in. And Mr. Neumann was member of the supervisory board of this company. It was only a minority shareholding of Novomatic AG. And the allegation says that Mr. Neumann tried to influence a politician, so to get his goodwill, by accepting his wish to appoint a specific CFO in that subsidiary. And Professor Graf had no function in Casinos Austria AG. The prosecutor only put him on the list because the prosecutor says Professor Graf knew about this and accepted that Neumann did this, but he did not personally act in any other case in the subsidiary.
The worst, is it my understanding that the worst case scenario, the outcome would be the equivalent of a misdemeanor? Is that accurate? Meaning that
Sorry?
If this were to proceed and there would be some culpability or guilt, that it's a misdemeanor. That's what I read in the materials. Is that accurate?
I'm not very sure about the legal qualification of misdemeanor in Austria, but what I can tell, there are various kinds of offenses or various intensities of offenses that the court can prosecute, and it's the lower one. So if misdemeanor is the lower kind of offense, then yes.
Thank you very much for that. And then this matter, of course, has been made well aware to the board, and we appreciate that you continue to update the board on a regular basis. Before I ask my colleagues to ask questions of either of you, one more question, Ms. Stoppel, could you give us an update on the goings-on as to Ainsworth?
Yes, of course. As you are aware, our takeover offer expired February 8th.
Yes.
And now we are blocked until June. Anyway, Novomatic successfully increased its shareholding from April 25, when we initiated the takeover offer, until February to about 15% approximately, to now holding 67.39, which of course strengthen our strategic position now. And we recently appointed a key person, Birgit Wimmer, to the non-executive board of Ainsworth. So we are still, continuing, trying to get this process further.
So it's your statement today that you would continue to try and seek the 75% level. Okay, and what's the time frame of that?
Until June, we cannot do anything at the moment because we are blocked for 4 months. February 8th, it expired, or February 7th. now 4 months, so June, but we are still, targeting to get this 70.5%.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation of
course.
the Austrian investigation on one hand and Ainsworth on the other. But as to the matter here today, again, between what we heard at ROMP and the explanations here today, I understand the purpose of this transaction, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you.
Member Sandal, questions for any of the applicants?
Thank you for your presentation and answering all the questions. The additional matters that I had questions on, the chairman has addressed and you've sufficiently addressed to my satisfaction. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Stoppel, I really appreciate you being here in person. I know you've traveled a long, long way, and it does not go without being noticed and appreciated. So
It's the least I can do, for the hard work I always experience with your agents and with your staff.
yeah, and I echo the comments of the chair and Member Sendall as well. Supervisor Tepe and Deputy Chief Crowley and Agent Park did a great job. It's a pretty straightforward transaction. You're just trying to reorganize things for tax
Correct,
purposes.
yes.
And as far as the investigation goes, basically allegation, I guess, that Mr. Newman engaged in bribery, as we would call it here. And it's on the lower rung of
Correct.
the criminal penalties there. So just keep us updated.
Of course.
We'll move forward on that as well. But I'm in full support of this application as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, I believe we're in good form for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman. I would, that's number 4. I would move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the second revised order of registration, draft number 2, dated March 27th, 2026.
And just so we're clear, Ms. Stoppel, is that the correct order of registration and the date that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll quickly move to Madam Secretary, non-restricted number 5. Please read the item into the record.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Niobrara LLC for registration as a holding company. It is also the applications of Hotel Nevada and Gambling Hall LTD and Nevada Coin Operator LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of William Richardson and Niobrara LLC for finding of suitability and or licensure as a member, managing member, and or key employee as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the request to withdraw the applications of Paul Kellogg IV, Ann Kellogg, and Marlis Kellogg for finding of suitability as a trustee and beneficiary as noted on the agenda.
Very good. I see we have counsel both here and in Las Vegas. So perhaps Ms. Okerberg, if you'd like to begin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to BJ Richardson and Niobrara LLC. As you mentioned, from Las Vegas, we have Miss Maxon Rushton, as well as her client for the PMK Gaming Trust. We're before you today, as Executive Secretary indicated, for the transfer of interest of the PMK Gaming Trust's 50% interest in Hotel Nevada and Nevada Coin Operator to Mr. Richardson's entity, Niobrara LLC. What we would like to do, Mr. Chairman, if it's acceptable, is to start with Ms. Maxton Rushton to speak about PMK Gaming Trust, and then we'll take it back here and speak with you about Mr. Richardson.
That would be fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Rushton.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, or good afternoon, Chair, Judge Assad, Member Sendall. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of the PMK Gaming Trust. Joining me today on behalf of the trust, to my right is Ms. Ann Louise Kellogg, and to my left is the temporary trustee, Mr. Paul Larsh Kellogg IV. As the board is aware and has read into the record, the PMK Gaming Trust is the transferor in the subject transfer of interest application before you today. By way of brief background, in 1992, Mr. Paul Kellogg III acquired the Hotel Nevada and Gambling Hall. He did so because he had a passion for Nevada's rural communities. He loved and respected the uniqueness and diversity of the White Pine County and areas such as that, and he took great pride in being an owner-operator of both gaming and non-gaming establishments in Ely. not only because of the fact that he employed so many people, but because of the fact that his establishments were a gathering place for the people in Ely. So it was very meaningful to him to have the operation in Ely and to see its success going forward. In 2011, Mr. Kellogg moved the gaming assets into the PMK Trust. And as your records reflect, in 2014, he sold 50% of of interest in the gaming assets and entered into a management agreement with the Gone Group. That is still in place today. In 2020, Mr. Kellogg died, thereby precipitating the applications for the individuals and suitability that are currently before you today and the one that we are seeking respectfully to withdraw. Mrs. Kellogg, Marlis Kellogg, died in 2022. At that time, both Ann and Lars decided to move forward with selling the interest in PMK assets. On behalf of the Kellogg family, we'd like to take the opportunity to thank Agent Stewart and Supervisor Doyle for their investigation of this matter. And we'd like to take the opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Barry Chilton. As the chair is aware, this has been a long ongoing matter, and Mr. Chilton's assistance was very valuable to the family during these tough times. Chairman, we'd also like to take the opportunity to thank you for your continuing approval of the temporary trustee authority that was granted to Mr. Kellogg pursuant to NRS 463.1725. I would respectfully submit that I believe that based on my review of the 2003 legislative session, that this incident was exactly what was meant to be captured by the promulgation of that statute. And so we sincerely appreciate, again, Chairman Dreitzer, your approval. With that, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time or at the conclusion of Ms. Okerberg's presentation. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ms. Maxon Rushton. We appreciate that. What we'll do is we will hear from Ms. Okerberg, and then if we have any remaining questions for Mr. and Mr. Kellogg, we'll do that at that time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg.
Thank you very much, Chair Dreitzer. Mr. Richardson is a first-time applicant, though he's been involved in the gaming industry for many years, including at Hotel Nevada. And as such, we'd like to ask him to share a little bit about his background and then tell you about his duties and responsibilities for the property.
That'd be good. Thank you.
Yep. Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, member Assad, member Sandal. I'm BJ Richardson, and as a bit of a background on me, I was born in Valentine, Nebraska, and lived on a ranch until 1971 when my parents divorced, and I moved to Las Vegas with my mother and sister. I attended Tom Williams Elementary School, Quan McCall 6th Grade Center, and Ed Von Tobel Junior High School. I spent summers and holidays in Nebraska ranching with my father and moved there permanently to attend high school in 1979. In 1984, I moved back to Las Vegas and resided here since. I worked for Gone Gaming in several different capacities over the last 2 decades. To start, I worked at the Native Lights Casino in Newkirk, Oklahoma as a facilities manager. In 2007, I became the engineer chief for Gone Gaming until I moved to Gone Gaming Nevada in 2011. And then in 2015, I became general manager of Ely Properties with Gone Gaming Management. As a general manager, I report directly to Greg Wright and John Gone. I oversee the office, maintenance, slots, bar, housekeeping, and I have 5 direct reports. My responsibilities include financials, purchasing, budgeting, auditing, human resources, customer relations, and day-to-day operations. In addition to my work with Gone Gaming Management, I also have an active general contractor's license. I frequently purchase and rehabilitate and sell homes in Las Vegas. This is in addition to my responsibilities as general manager. It keeps me very busy. By way of community involvement, I'm a board member of the UNLV Rebel Soccer Foundation, which is a couple-hour commitment a month. With that, I'd like to thank my agent for his hard work, and if you guys have any follow-up questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you much, Mr. Richardson. You obviously have a long and successful career in the gaming industry. So in that respect, certainly you were qualified. And then now, is this your first ownership?
It is, yes.
Okay, and that represents, I think, an admirable step forward. You are putting your money where your mouth is, so to speak.
I am, yep.
And so we appreciate the chances you take in doing that and risking your own capital. And maybe you could talk a little bit about the property. Obviously, you've known the property now for many years. How is the business there, and how do you see your prospects moving forward?
So the business in Ely is, the gaming business and the bar business is pretty flat. The increase that I've been able to see is in room revenue as we've been redoing rooms and upgrading them. Everybody else's room revenues have gone down over the last couple of years, and ours have increased. So I look at that as a good sign. And like I said, for the most part, the room revenue is going to be what we can do to increase and maybe bring a better customer in that has a little more discretional income.
Okay, so you, longer term, what are your thoughts about the Ely market?
I think it's going to stay probably relatively flat.
Okay.
Yeah, until the population increases there. I mean, it's, you know, it's got so many people there and it hasn't increased or decreased since we've been there. Until we have a population increases, when we can see an increase.
Do you get any auto tourism whatsoever?
Oh, yes. Yeah. In the summertime, it's very busy. Yeah. Yeah. Most of our revenue starts in May and goes through October.
Very good. Well, I won't belabor the point again. I find you very well qualified. I commend your taking this big step forward financially, and I wish you every success. I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you.
And additionally, I have no further questions as to Mr. and Mrs. Kellogg. So I'll turn to Member Sindall.
Thank you. I did have a question about the Nevada coin. Liberty Club is currently closed. Is that correct? Can you
Correct.
speak
We
to
open
that?
it 4 times a year to keep the license active. And what what we spoke about is this summer, I will start working on that and try. They've had Main Street all tore up for a long time. They're redoing a downtown project. And I think once that's done, maybe that'll bring some more foot traffic in town, you know, to come downtown. And I was going to redo that. It needs a lot of substantial work also. And then try and open it the following year and try like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, deal with it and see what happens.
Got it. So then can you kind of share with us, you mentioned you're pretty active, you're pretty busy. What does a typical week look like for you at the property?
Excuse me?
What does a typical week look like for you at the
Oh, I
property?
usually work, I've stayed at the property for 10 years. I lived in the property for the last 10 years and I just now got a place across the street from the property. So, I mean, I'm 60, 70 hours a week there every day. I'm hands-on with everything. It's a small property. So I do every job there pretty much.
But you live in Las Vegas and you commute weekly or?
Yeah, it just depends on what the activities are going on there. If there's a big deal over the weekends or stuff like that, I stay, you know, and then I'll go back and forth. My wife still lives in Las Vegas, and so.
Okay. And then how did you get involved with the UNLV Soccer Foundation?
A neighbor of mine down the street named Tim McGarry, he lived down the street from me and our kids grew up together, and my daughter played Division I soccer. And he knew that I was very interested in the soccer stuff. So he asked me if I'd be on the board and help support the women's side of it.
That's great. Where did your daughter play?
She played at Rider University back east.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Is she still there or is she done?
No, she lives in Kansas City now.
Okay. Great. Well, I wish you all the success and I guess, do you see your living arrangement continuing to stay as it is, where your permanent residence will be in Las Vegas and you'll be out in Ely as needed?
Well, like I said, I do spend most of my time there. When I'm going back to Las Vegas, it's usually I work on the weekends, or if whatever I'm doing, I'm getting supplies as we're continually doing work
Got it.
on the hotel.
Got it. And then how is your capability to get employees and good people?
In a
out
small
there?
community, it's challenging, but we manage.
You do.
Yeah.
How many employees do you have? About
24 full-time, and I think it depends on housekeeping, and that's the ones that are part-time.
Got it. Got it. All right. Well, that's all I had. I'm happy to support your application and I wish you the best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sindall. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thank you for being here in person. Appreciate that. Ms. Okerberg, always great to see you as well. Everything's been covered. Great report. I don't have any questions. I'm in support of your application as well. And thank you to the Kellogg's for being there in Las Vegas. Wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank
And
you,
with that,
Judge.
I believe we are in order for 2 motions, the first of which will be the motion to withdraw.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to grant the withdrawal request without prejudice for the applications of non-restricted item number 5, of Paul Kellogg IV, Ann Kellogg, and Marlise Kellogg for finding of suitability as a trustee and beneficiary as noted on the agenda and as read into the record by Madam Secretary. And I also move to recommend approval of the remaining applications on non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
So let's begin with the motion to withdraw.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. And now the motion already having been made as to the additional matters as to Mr. Richardson, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll turn then to non-restricted item number 6. Madam Secretary, please read it into the record.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only.
Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Benu.
Good afternoon, Chair, Judge Assad, Member Sendal, and Madam Secretary. It's a pleasure to be before you in person this afternoon. For the record, I'm Kelsey Benu with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Today, I'm appearing on behalf of Jet Gaming LLC, DBA Terribles Casino. With me today in Las Vegas at the podium is Jeff Donato, Director of Licensing and Regulatory Compliance of Argentum Law, and Yana Haas, Vice President of Regulatory Compliance with Jet Gaming Terribles. At this time, if I may, I would like to pass the mic to Mr. Donato in Las Vegas.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, Mr. Donato.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, Jeff Donato, I am an enrolled agent and want to start by saying we appreciate the opportunity to appear here from Las Vegas. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to give some background on this application and some information about the application itself, and then we'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
That would be fine. Thank you, Mr. Donato. Please proceed.
Thank you. By way of background, on May 22nd of 2025, Jet Gaming, a licensed slot route operator, was approved to hold a restricted gaming license for a convenience store in Carlin, Nevada, known as Terribles 454, and located at 1014 First Street. The restricted gaming license for Terribles 454 is currently on temporary closure due to ongoing renovations. The premises at 1014 First Street consist of a single building housing two separate businesses, a convenience store and a proposed casino. The convenience store is addressed as 1014 First Street with no suite number, while the casino is addressed as 1014 First Street, Suite 100. Each business has its own exterior entrance and exit with interior doorways connecting the two spaces. As two separate businesses, applications were initially submitted for the convenience store to operate under a restricted gaming license, with the casino to operate under a separate non-restricted license. During the course of the investigation, however, the GCB determined that the interior doorways physically connect the two businesses such that it constitutes a single establishment, notwithstanding the separate addresses and exterior access points. As a result, two options were identified. One, secure all interior doorways to eliminate patron access between the two spaces, or two, surrender the restricted gaming license and operate all gaming within the premises under a single restricted license. Single non-restricted license. The slot route operator has elected to proceed with the second option and operate all gaming at the premises under a non-restricted license, which brings us to the application before you today. Jet Gaming LLC, doing business as Terribles Gaming, is seeking approval of its application for a non-restricted gaming license at 1014 First Street, including Suite 100, which applies to the entire premises. If approved, Jet Gaming will surrender the restricted gaming license previously issued for the convenience store and will operate all gaming at the premises under a single non-restricted license, including gaming within both the casino and the convenience store. Since the slot route operator will hold a non-restricted license, the gaming at the premises will be conducted pursuant to space lease agreements with the respective business operators, who will receive fixed rent for those operations. The premises consist of approximately 9,784 square feet, including approximately 5,000 square feet allocated to the casino and approximately 4,784 square feet allocated to the convenience store. The layout supports both operations while maintaining clear supervision and control over the gaming areas. Initially, the gaming operations will include 47 slot machines, with 42 machines located in the casino and 5 machines in the convenience store. Depending on demand and operational performances, the total number of machines may be increased. The anticipated opening date for the casino is on or about May 18th of 2026, and the convenience store is expected to reopen upon completion of the ongoing renovations. In conclusion, the applicant has reviewed and accepts the conditions on the license, including the limitations of slot machine operations and the applicable key employee and surveillance requirements. With that, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval on this application. This concludes our affirmative presentation, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. I appreciate that. Just to be clear, so both the convenience store and the slot hall casino will both be open by May 18th. Is that correct?
Let's see, operation renovations could be done.
That should be about the same.
Yeah, correct. We're hoping by the end of May that both operations will be operational, will be open and operating.
And then with respect to personnel, as a result of this new configuration, do you anticipate a different number of jobs, different number of employees, or will it remain the same?
So in the casino side, they are anticipating 7 full-time bartenders with 6 full-time porters, with no part-time employees. And then the convenience store will have approximately,
Will stay the same.
which is about around 6 employees.
But I just want to, just to confirm, the prior approach, and now you've moved to this approach, that doesn't change the number of employees, correct?
That's correct.
Very good. Well, I appreciate this. I certainly am well aware of the initial concerns, had the opportunity to review the floor plan and to review the plan moving forward. I think the solution that was reached was rather elegant, and I am happy to support it. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. It's pretty straightforward. I'm in full support as well. Thank you.
Very good. Member Sendall.
Thank you for your affirmative presentation, Ms. Fano and Mr. Donato. I would just wanted to clarify that the 7 machines that were in the kind of separate location before, those machines that were there are staying where they are, or are they being moved over somewhere differently?
So we will be opening with 5 machines in that area, and they will be in the same area. Yes,
Okay, so just 2 less than what was there before.
that is correct.
Okay, and then only, you said 42 machines, only not 50?
42 on the casino floor and 5 in the area of the former convenience store.
Okay, great. Thank you for confirming that. I don't have any further questions. I'm happy to support the application. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I believe we're in order for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following conditions. Number 1, the location is limited to the operation of slot machines only. Number 2, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying the position. Number 3, the surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that has been approved.
Very good. Thank you for that, Judge Assad. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of David Forschleller for licensure as a key executive at Eclipse Route Operations LLC.
Very good. Mr. Moran, good morning or good afternoon. Got it. There you go.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, and Madam Executive Secretary. My name is, hold on one second here. Let me just make sure I have.
You have to look.
That's an easy one. Easy one. My hands were moving a little bit faster than my mind. Let me make sure we get this on track.
I can do this one for you if you want.
Can you recommend approval?
Can't do that. I can just
I'll turn it to him if you give me that guarantee.
I can tell you you're JT Moran III. That's all I know.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm going to turn the mic over to my good friend David Forschler.
Very good.
Is that it?
That's it.
That is
Good
it.
afternoon, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman, members of the board. My name is David Forschler. It's a tough one to pronounce, but that's how it's pronounced. I am the Chief Operating Officer of ECL Gaming and Eclipse Route Operations. I've had the privilege of living in the state of Nevada and working in our primary industry for the last 38 years, having cut in at Harris Lake Tahoe in 1987. In that time, my work is primarily focused on gaming. I have filled almost every position related to casino gaming, slot operations, and casino property management. A few years ago, I had the fortune to meet Ron Winchell, whom I like personally, but moreover, I developed an appreciation for the gaming business that he had built and for his vision of the future. I joined ECL Gaming in February of 22. After a few years of aggressive growth and helping to structure the organization to manage that growth, my position within the company was expanded. I assumed my current role on March 13th, 2025. As COO, my function is to structure the organization so that it can operate efficiently, profitably, and within regulatory guidelines. I provide strategic direction and oversight to all operational verticals, including gaming, tavern operation, food and beverage, information technology, marketing, and administration. I monitor financial performance, operational efficiency, the health of the employee base, and customer satisfaction. My purpose is to identify improvement opportunities and develop strategic initiatives to evolve the organization. I also assess potential mergers and acquisitions, including operational analysis and financial modeling. So I present myself today, and not for the first time, and I would like to take this opportunity to express gratitude for what our industry has provided for my family, and to thank this body for working diligently to maintain the integrity of our industry. I am proud to be a part of it, and I can confidently say that my contributions have had a positive impact. ECL Gaming currently employs approximately 750 Nevadans across 56 gaming locations statewide, and for that, I take my responsibilities seriously. Chairman, members of the board, I truly appreciate your time and I truly appreciate your consideration.
Very good, Mr. Forschler. Can I get that right?
That was very good.
Very good. Thank you for being here today, and we appreciate your affirmative presentation. You certainly spoke to your role. Could you maybe give a little bit more in terms of your direct reports, what your day looks like, how you allocate your time across your multiple responsibilities, things of that nature?
Absolutely. So we have businesses obviously down in Las Vegas. We have businesses up in Northern Nevada. We have corporate offices in both locations. Most of my time is spent in Las Vegas. I have 6 direct reports. Most are director level. The team is amazing and they make my job as easy as my job could possibly be. That being said, we have a very talented management group out in the locations, and that's where the rubber hits the road. So what I do from a day-to-day is I am in constant communication with my 6 reports. Obviously, all those operational verticals have demands, so you just never know how your day is going to go. I focus vast majority of my time probably on the gaming side. I have very strong director level managers in the food and beverage and in the tavern operation side. Information technology has been a construct that's required a lot of attention recently. So far, so good, but you all know how that can be. So it's I back to Ron. So Ron's the main principal. You all know Ron. He's been in front of this board member several times. He has, interests all over the country, and I try to get with him as much as possible. But the reason I'm standing in front of you today is he's a busy man and he's not available. So I kind of handle the organization from whatever comes up on a day-to-day basis. I do spend a lot more time behind a desk than I'm used to in this new role, but it's worked out well. And so far, the success of the business over the last 4 years has met our expectations.
Could you talk a little bit about the growth prospects for the business moving forward in the different geographic areas?
Well, you will be seeing us here. Are you talking about ECL Gaming or Ron's other interests across the country?
Let's ECL Gaming.
Oh, so ECL Gaming is all in Nevada. Yeah. And you will be seeing us up in front of you for more location approvals in the, we're hoping in the June agenda, might be the July agenda. And Ron's very aggressive, as you know. So what we have in the hopper, if you will, is several new restricted locations, a couple of smaller non-restricted locations, and just given Ron's personality and his vision of the future, we're going to grow as quickly as we can.
Very good. Can you describe ECL's commitment to compliance from your perspective as an operational view?
Yeah, another reason that I'm standing before you today is the company grew very fast. So we're working to catch up now to make sure that the organization is structured to manage that growth. So we have in the last year our compliance team's actually increased by 200%. So Jared Hoops, who you know, is now our Senior Director of Compliance. And then we've hired Kelly Skidmore as our Compliance Director as well. So it's a whole new focus, understanding that as we grow, there's no choice but to make sure we're tight in that. Now, Mr. Moran might be able to speak to our compliance a little bit. He works not only in our compliance, but in the compliance of Ron's other entities in the state.
Very good. I don't know, Mr. Moran, if you wanted to speak to that in terms of the maturity of the compliance program and where you stand now relative to, say, a year or two ago.
Of course, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the Compliance Committee is moving well. We've been working with the compliance team on your side of the equation. We've been maintaining and preserving the integrity of all of our quarterly meetings. You are the recipient of those minutes, and we're taking it very, very seriously. We're looking very closely at sexual harassment policies and updates in that area, cybersecurity, as well as AML. We've got our finger on the pulse, and we've got multiple sets of eyes at all of the properties, including affiliates out of the state of Nevada, in Wyoming, New Hampshire, and also in Kentucky. We take it very, very seriously, and it's a daily grind. We're all in the trenches, but it's nice to have lots of boots on the ground, Mr. Chairman.
And having met with Mr. Hoops, and obviously he has a history with the NGCB, very impressive, and I think a great hire for you. I think he's doing a great job.
Yeah, we're pleased with where we're currently placed.
Very good. Well, thank you. I appreciate that this is a 12-year update, and everything appears to be in order. And I am happy to support your application, Mr. Forschler.
I appreciate that, sir.
Very good. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Moran, always great to see you. Mr. Forster, thank you for being here in person. I don't have any questions. I just will note that this is your second license with the Nevada Gaming Commission. The other one was in 2013, I believe. And you've been licensed in other jurisdictions as well, Colorado, Missouri. You're eminently qualified for this position, and I'm in full support of your application.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. Member Sendall.
Thank you. And maybe I missed it, but how did you first end up getting connected with Mr. Winchell to move over to ECL?
So I was doing some consulting work for another group, and he had a movement in his operations, and it was primarily gaming. So he was looking for somebody. So you know how in Nevada, you're 1 degree of separation from anybody that's in gaming. So through a vendor, I met him. Just started the conversation from there.
And just decided, did you know him before that, or just decided?
I did not know him before that. Okay. Yeah. So.
And then I think you mentioned you've got properties everywhere. So do you travel regularly for your role now, or how is that transitioned in your time?
Primarily Southern Nevada, not too far away from Vegas. We do have location in Pahrump. We do have a location in Laughlin. We do have a location in Mesquite. And then we have 11 restricted locations in the Reno, Sparks, Carson City area. So I come up here on a regular basis. I'm actually, I was raised in Tahoe and I've lived in Northern Nevada my whole life. So I enjoy when I get up here. Matter of fact, I'm up here for the majority of this week. But I spend the vast majority of my time down in Vegas.
And how many employees report to you?
So we have about 750 total, and through reports. So obviously 6 are my direct reports. So I have about 680 through reports.
So you rely heavily, then I'm assuming, to your direct reports to kind of manage.
Anybody in my position must, and yes, I do.
Do you feel that your workload level is reasonable, or do you foresee additional, directors or managers coming on board, or you mentioned aggressive growth?
Yeah. So as we grow, that is a project that I am currently working on. So yeah, we'll continue to evolve the organization to manage that growth, and it'll probably be more direct results or a layer in between. We haven't decided yet.
Got it. All right. Well, thank you for that. I'm happy to support your application, and I think Mr. Winchell, did well to bring you on board, and glad to hear everything's going well, and happy to support your application. So thank you.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your help.
Go Niners.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very good. So I think this chair is ready to receive a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, just one last thing. We want to thank the agency as well. Agent Scott Widmar did an incredible job from start to end. And again, he left no stones unturned, and he has us, we raise our bar when we're working with agents similarly situated. So I want to make
Yeah,
sure.
I'll chime in on that.
acknowledge that as well.
He's truly professional and extraordinarily thorough. So, all right, well, we'll give you all the credit. No,
Well, we appreciate the words, and we will continue to be the gold standard, and Agent Whitmore certainly represents the best of that, as do the individuals here. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I approach on an unrelated real quick?
Very quickly.
Yes.
Very good. With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record a non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Boomers Sportsbook LLC, doing business as Boomers Sportsbook, doing business at The Pass at Water Street Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at The Pass at Water Street, for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook and sports pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering.
Me, Mr. Vaughn, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, and Madam Secretary. My name is Gina Cervone, Vice President of Legal and Compliance for Boomer Sportsbook. Joining virtually is Boomer's President and CEO, Joe Asher, who I'll turn it over to.
Very good. Good afternoon, Mr. Asher. I see his name.
There
he
we
is.
go. There we
Mr.
go.
Asher, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, Madam Secretary. My name is Joe Asher, and I'm the President and CEO of Boomers Sportsbook, Nevada's only independent sportsbook. I appreciate the waiver to appear by video today. As you know, I am out of the country. Our first application is for Boomers to operate a race and sportsbook at The Pass on Water Street in Henderson. This will be a staffed location. I would first like to thank the board staff, and in particular, Agent Ben Stewart, for their work on this matter. And I'd also like to thank Joe DeSimone, the property's owner, for the opportunity to work with him. Joe has invested quite a bit in the gaming industry in Southern Nevada, and I'm grateful that he chose to do business with Boomers. With your approval and that of the commission, this will be our 11th location to be licensed, but it'll be our 9th to open, since Club Fortune in North Las Vegas is not yet reopened, and we started Stockman's and Fallon on May the 1st. The plan is for The Pass to open on April the 24th. There is currently no sportsbook there, as Circa has already departed. We continue to focus on offering a great product to customers, with a particular focus on doing so at a great price. We're constantly telling folks to check the price before they bet, and they often will find bigger payoffs on the same wagers betting at Boomers than at the competition. Our sign-up offer for new mobile customers continues to be to match deposits with up to $250 in bonus bets. We offer a great promotions to our customers. We have a new one for baseball season, Judge. If you bet a player to hit a home run that day, and he happens to hit the longest home run of the day, not only do you win your bet, but you also win 3 times your bet in bonus wagers with a $150 cap. It's getting to be crunch time for the Golden Knights. We're offering 2 great promotions on their games. The first is our Back Jack promotion, where if you bet the Knights and Eichel scores a goal, but the team loses, you get your money back. And a new one is an offer where you can bet on either Eichel or Derofiev, the Knights' leading scorer, to score a goal. You get them both in that instance. We're the only ones offering these sorts of promotions. So once again, thank you for the opportunity to appear by video, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, very good, Mr. Asher. First of all, I don't think you had an item on the agenda last month, so I wasn't quite sure what to do with myself. We missed you. So this particular location, it seems like square footage wise, it's pretty big. certainly much bigger than the other ones. Is there a reason behind that? 662 square feet seems like a pretty large operation for you.
Well, it's largely in the configurations that's there now, Judge. There's a bedding alcove, and then there's a bedding counter, excuse me, and then there's like an alcove that's an office, and there's space in front of the counter with some seating, and then there's a bar area over to the right as you're facing the counter.
Okay, so it's just the setup is it is what it is. So when do you intend to open this location?
On the 24th, right after the commission meeting.
Very good. Mr. Escher, generally, as you continue to grow your business, how has business been for you?
Yeah, look, I think in previous meetings, we've talked about the three-legged stool of needing to get casinos to partner with us, and that's certainly going very well. I think at this point, we have a total of 18 that we hope to have open by the start of football season, with the ones that are currently open and the ones pending currently with the board. We just signed 2 more earlier this week where we haven't filed yet, but that'll take us up to 20. So that part's going very well. A lot of folks at the B2B level certainly happy to do business with us. Then, of course, we got to get customers to bet with us and signed up, and we've talked about that in the past. And it's a brick by brick process. We continue to work at it and try to entice people to come and sign up with us. And then, of course, we've got to retain them as customers, and that's something that I think our team's doing a pretty good job with. So, overall, of course, very pleased with where we are to date, but we don't, never satisfied, and working at it every day.
Very good. I won't reveal the numbers, but in terms of the hold and parlay holds that you anticipate in creating the forecasting, how do you go about figuring that? Is that historic?
Well, no, it's not quite, Mr. Chairman. So overall, we're forecasting a lower hold because we're competing on price, which is a lower theoretical margin, of course, and we're telling people to check the price. So not surprisingly, they do, and so we should have a lower overall hold than the state. But of course, you want to get it up as much as you can by getting as much business as you can and as many people betting parlays as we can. Our parlay mix as a percentage of overall volume, no doubt lower than what's customary in the industry, but we continue to work to grow that with a focus on the popular things like same game parlays as well. And then with respect to the margin on parlays, I think there was some confusion, at least on my end, that came out of the question at Rump. I mean, the hold on parlays prior to bonusing, should certainly be in the double digits. How far up you go, it is a reflection of pricing as well. And obviously, if you're offering the type of value we are, you're going to have a lower margin on parlays as well.
Thank you. One last question, and it's a very specific question seeking a very specific answer, and you may not know, but I do want to know, do you have a sense as to whether the prediction markets have affected your business?
There's no way to really know, Mr. Chairman, because whatever business that's flowing to them, of course, we don't know. We only know what we have and what the state does. But I think the broader answer is, of course, it has to be, right? It just has to be. We've seen the advertising that they've done in town, and they made a big point of it around the Super Bowl. So there's no data that you can point to and say it's this amount of business that we would otherwise have. But of course, it is taking some people who would otherwise go into the licensed and legal sports books and taking them out of that market into this what I view as unregulated and illegal market.
Thank you, Mr. Asher. I appreciate that insight, and I am happy to support this application. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer, and thank you, Mr. Asher, for appearing again. I was at the Fandango property last night having dinner. I'm staying right there at the Look, and he did as a right. I just wanted to put in a good word for Carlos. So with that being said, I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you, Judge.
Very good. Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to support the application. I appreciate the responses received through the memo process yesterday, and I have no further questions. And glad to hear you're continuing to grow your business. And I'm going to submit some more applications, so that's always a good thing. So, thank you. That's all I have.
Very good. Thank you. I believe we're in good form for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following conditions. Number 1, the surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Number 2, prior to the commencement of race book and sports pool and or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Tax and License Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Reg 5.225 and 22.040. Number 3, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of Boomers Sportsbook LLC. Number 4, any change in the agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Boomers Sportsbook LLC and DeSimone Gaming Incorporated must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Number 5, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Boomers Sportsbook LLC to convert a location from a kiosk-only operation to a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk, or from a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk to a kiosk-only operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing for a period in excess of 180 days and reopening thereafter either the manned satellite operation or the kiosk.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And with that, Madam Secretary, let's quickly turn to non-restricted item number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications of Boomer Sportsbook LLC, doing business as Boomer Sportsbook, doing business at Sierra Sid's Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Sierra Sid's for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Sierra Sid's 76 Inc., doing business as Sierra Sid's to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the Racebook and Sports Pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering, operated by Boomer Sportsbook, doing business at Sierra Sid's Racebook and Sports Pool.
Very good. Welcome back, Mr. Asher. It's as if you never left. Please proceed. If you do have an affirmative presentation.
I do, a slightly briefer one, but good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, and Madam Secretary. I appreciate the opportunity to appear by video today. Marcy Barba is appearing for Sierra Sid's, and I believe she is with you in Carson City. Our second application is for Boomers to operate a race and sportsbook at Sierra Sid's in Sparks. This will be a staff location with 2 kiosks. And I'd like to thank the board staff and in particular Agent Nick Molenkamp for their work on this matter. With your approval and that of the commission, this would be our 12th location to be approved, but the 10th to open. As I mentioned earlier, we have another 6 currently pending with the board and hoping to add the 2 that we signed earlier this week relatively soon. You may recall when I was with you in Carson City at our initial licensing last July that I set the target at 10 sports books after a year of operation. So I'm very happy that the over will hit. I think it's a great reflection of what our talented and dedicated team has accomplished in a relatively short period of time. And especially Ms. Servone, who's joining today in Las Vegas, has done a terrific job in really helping us get the contracts done and get the applications filed. Sierra Sid's is a well-known property in the Reno Sparks area. It was opened by Marcy's father, Sid Doan, in 1971, located just off the I-80 with very convenient access for both locals and those passing through. I appreciate Marcy and her son, Adam, the property's general manager, for their decision to terminate their agreement with William Hill and sign up with Boomers. If we're approved, our plan is to open around April the 27th or 28th after we receive the local license. In the interest of time, I won't repeat all the great reason for customers to bet with Boomers that I laid out previously, but I'll just once again thank you and the board staff for your time and attention. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Asher, are there any geographic locations within Nevada that you now are not in that you're looking to target moving forward?
Sure. Yes, there are, Mr. Chairman. There's other places that we don't have yet. Some that are pending with the board or in new locations. But I saw Mr. Richardson up there talking about Ely. We've got to get something going on down there. Laughlin, of course, is another place where we're not currently at. But we're making progress. We have a map in our conference room, and we put up a flag with the name of the city every time we open in a new location, and we're starting to get more and more flags on the map.
Very good. Ms. Barber, thank you for being here. I would, I guess, ask you if you'd like to speak about the new partnership with Boomers and your perspective on it.
Yeah, we're very excited about moving forward with Mr. Asher. Obviously, his provenance in the industry is well known. Adam has been dealing predominantly with Mr. Asher, and we're looking forward to this very enthusiastic program. We currently have a sports books not really quite filling our needs as well. So we're looking forward to the approval. We're looking forward to moving forward with Mr. Asher and his group. Highly responsive individuals, very enthusiastic and excited about the potentials moving forward. We are going to be remodeling the sports book as well as with our cashier's cage and players booth. So we're going to have a whole new look when Mr. Asher and Boomers comes into play. And I think our customers are excited about it. Our employees are excited for something new and fresh.
Very good. And the remodel will be done by the time you open?
That depends upon our contractor. We're having a few supply issues right now. So
understood. Well, again, Ms. Barber, thank you for being here. Mr. Asher, thank you again. I'm happy to support the application. Member Sendall.
Bless you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you for being here, Ms. Barber. And Mr. Asher, I wish you all the success, and hopefully your contractor will get all those updates done and you'll be ready to go by the time you open later this month, is I believe what I heard. So thank you and happy to support.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sendall. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Ms. Barber, thank you for being here in person. And I don't have any questions. Very straightforward. I'm in support of this application as well.
Thank you.
Very good. With that, I believe we're in good form for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following conditions. Number 1, prior to issuance of the state gaming license, the surveillance system must be installed, inspected, and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Number 2, prior to the commencement of a race book and sports pool and or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, Tax and License Division, pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Reg 5.225 and 22.040. Number 3, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of Boomers Sportsbook LLC. Any change in the agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Boomers Sportsbook LLC and Sierra 76 Inc. must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Number 5, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Boomer's Sportsbook LLC to convert a location from a kiosk-only operation to a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk, or from a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk to a kiosk-only operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing for a period in excess of 180 days and reopening thereafter either the manned satellite operation or the kiosk.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
With that, non-restricted item number 11 has been removed from the agenda, and as such, that concludes our non-restricted agenda. We will stand in recess until 1:30 p.m., at which time we will begin our restricted agenda. Thank you.
Moving right along.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We are back on the record for our 1:30 calendar. Our first item of business this afternoon is the consideration of the matters on our restricted consent agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigations, and because I am not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's restricted consent agenda.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Lindsay and Leona LLC doing business as TQL Liquor for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Samin Beatty for licensure as a member and manager. Restricted number 3 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 227 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 4 is the application of Nyasha LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 324. It is also the applications of Goli Jamshidi Farogi and Farouk Farogi for licensure as a member and manager. Restricted number 5 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC, doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Tavern at the Falls for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 6 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC, doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 34129B for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 7 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC, doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at Capital City Saloon for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 8 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC, doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 32303C for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 9 is the application of Best Bet Products, Inc., doing business at Viva Tequila, Vegas Cocina and Cantina for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 10 is the application of Best Bet Products, Inc., doing business at Lucky Liquor for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Summit Gas and Food for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 12 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at The Underground for a restricted license. Restricted number 13 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Overtime Bar Smoke and Grill for a restricted gaming license.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Is there any discussion on these items?
None by me.
None for me. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So with that, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'd be happy to. I move to recommend an approval of restricted items 2 through 13 on the restricted consent agenda as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following conditions. For restricted number 2, a key employee application must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. For restricted number 7 and number 9, a sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location, indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming.
Very good. Thank you very much, Judge Assad. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye, the motion passes. With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Five River Inc., doing business as 7-Eleven store number 14087A for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Gersharon Gill and Harjinder Kaur for licensure as a shareholder, director, and officer as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, Jeff Donato. I'm an enrolled agent, and joining me today from the Carson City office are the applicants, Mr. Gill and Mrs. Carr. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to give just a brief overview of the application. Since this is the first time the applicants will be in gaming, give them an opportunity to give some information about themselves, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Donato, that would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. This location is an existing convenience store operating as 7-Eleven store number 14087A and is located in the city of Reno at 1770 Sutro Street. On or about May 20th of 2024, Five River Inc., or the corporation, assumed the operations of the store. The corporation is owned 100% by Mr. Gill and Mrs. Carr, a husband and wife who hold their ownership interest as joint tenants with right of survivorship. Mr. Gill serves as president and director. Mrs. Carr serves as secretary, treasurer, and director of the corporation. Both are actively involved in the day-to-day operations and oversight of the store. In connection with the change in ownership, the prior franchisee surrendered its gaming license upon exiting the business. At that time, the machines were removed from the store and all gaming ceased operations at the location. The application seeks approval for the applicants to hold a restricted gaming license, which will allow gaming to be reestablished at the store with up to 7 gaming machines. Although the applicants will hold the gaming license, the gaming operations will be conducted pursuant to a participation agreement with Golden Route Operations, which will serve as the slot route operator for the store. With that, I will have the applicants provide some information about themselves, background information.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. Welcome, Mr. Gill and Ms. Kaur.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Harjinder, and I've been here since 1997, moved to United States, and I've been working with 7-Eleven almost 25 years. In Reno, I have a store, another 7-Eleven, which is I own since 2014. And there's no gaming license, but this is going to be new for me, the new location. Yeah.
Very good. And sir?
Yeah, I'm from India, so moved on 2005. So we moved in Reno in 2014. So this is my second store. So this one is our first gaming license. We guys are applying for it. So we guys just here for a few weeks.
Very good. We appreciate that. What made you decide to seek a gaming license at this location?
Because there was before we have a gaming license there too in this location, it was good. So we want to just get another one for us.
Very good. And have you taken the seminar for restricted?
Yes,
we did.
Yes.
Great. And what did you think of it?
It was good. We learned a lot.
Very good. Very good. Well, I appreciate you being here, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Member Sendall, questions?
Yes, thank you for being here. So my understanding is you have your other store as well, and that one also has gaming, or no?
There's a gaming, but whoever owned the property, that's under his name. That's a different contract for this location. We cannot have a gaming in there.
Gotcha.
For clarification, that location does have gaming operations, but the gaming rights are held by the landlord, the property owner, in which they have a space lease agreement with the slot route operator. So yes, there is gaming there, but they're not participating in that gaming revenue.
Yes. Understood. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Donato. And then Ms. Kaur, you used to be involved with Nikki's Chalked Cafe is up in Tahoe?
Yeah, that was my restaurant.
Oh,
I was 50% owner there, but it's a little too far for me to go every day. So I'm busy with another store. So I don't have any more.
so you two together operate these two 7-Elevens in Reno. Do you have plans to purchase another one or expand, or what do you see down the line?
So far, we are okay with the two. That's a lot of work for us. So we might think about in the future, but not right now.
And you both took their seminar, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
That is correct. They both
was
took the
24th.
seminar February 24th of 2026. They both attended the seminar.
Thank you. Okay. Well, yes, thank you for being here, and I wish you success in bringing gaming in this location, and perhaps more locations in the future as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Judge Assad, any questions?
Thank you, Chairman Dress. I don't have any questions. Just nice to meet you both. Thank you for being here in person, and I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very good. So with that, I believe we're in good form for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
thank
if I could please. So just want to put on the record that the applicants did review the condition on the license and accept such condition with regards to the surveillance system being inspected. And with that, I'd like to thank Senior Agent Wilson for all her work on this application.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Nutter. Anything further?
That's it.
Very good. With that, I believe we're ready for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Madam Secretary with the condition that the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you, Judge Assad. Any discussion on the motion?
None by me, thank
None
you.
by me. Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes our restricted agenda. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the first regulation item for today.
The first regulation agenda item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15C as noted on the agenda.
Madam Secretary, have we received any public comments via email specific to this regulation item?
No, we have not.
Is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make comment on this item before staff makes their presentation? Seeing none, is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make comment on this item before staff makes their presentation? Seeing none, we will proceed with the presentation by Senior Deputy Attorney General Somps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Madam Secretary. I'm Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office. Before you for your consideration are some proposed changes to Regulation 15C, and that particular chapter deals with private investment companies. The Investigations Division initiated these proposed changes, and I worked with Member Sendall as well as Supervisor Abba on the language, which are contained in a draft dated February 25th of 2026. Starting with the changes in 15C 100, there are some changes to create uniformity in some of the reporting time periods to within 30 days of the specified activity, and you can see that that is contained in subsections 1A, D, and in the new language of 1E. In addition, in 15C 101E, Investigations is proposing to impose a reporting requirement within 30 days when there is a new issuance of any type of class of economic securities and all recipients of such securities. This is a type of activity that has occurred, and there was some uncertainty whether administrative approval is required, and so this would clear that up. Going on to 15C 200, Investigations is proposing that commission approval be obtained before there is a redemption, or in other words, a repurchase or any other form of payment on any class of securities. Redemption of economic securities is a type of activity that, again, has occurred recently, and that there was some uncertainty whether administrative approval was required under 15C 210 or commission approval was required under 15C 200. To be consistent with the spirit of 15C 200, Investigations is proposing to clearly pull redemptions as well as any other form of payment into 15C 200's commission approval requirements. So those are all of the proposed changes to Regulation 15C. Myself or Supervisor Abba are here to answer any questions. If you do recommend these changes up to the commission, I'd suggest that that the recommendation would include that they be effective upon approval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Somps. Mr. Abba, did you want to add the perspective of the Investigations Division?
Yeah, Jake Abba for the record, Supervisor for Corporate Securities Investigations Division. I just wanted to say that after 10 years, we've had some time to, process of seeing quite a few of these, and I think just this is more of a cleanup. And so I think working with Somps, it all came out pretty good. I don't see any other holes that need to be patched at the time. So.
And I certainly am aware of very specific examples.
Yes.
With each of these, and so it's your view this cleans that up from Mr. Somps?
Yeah.
And is it the type of thing where the next thing might come along and we might need another change?
Yeah, there's an evolution, obviously. And I think in 10 years, we've got 8 registered picks at the moment, and I would foresee more coming in and maybe more challenges, but I think this might close some gaps so that those challenges aren't so hard for us and we can, get those done correctly.
And you're seeing, I would imagine, redemption as an instrument is more popular.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's very similar to the distribution. The outcome is the same. So redeeming shares gets you that same payment upwards. So I think it's the same thing.
So it's important that the regulation contemplate that as
Yep.
well.
Yeah, I don't think they really contemplated that before.
Yeah, it seems to be sort of a newer trend.
Right. Correct.
Very good. Thank you very much. Deputy Chief Crowley.
Yep, Deputy Chief Crowley for the record, Corporate Securities. I just wanted to add, by adding the term any other form of payment, as we're finding out terminology changes as these, as time goes on, and we've seen things from distributions become redemptions, become other terms. And so this is covering the board and providing a sort of a safety net for us and making sure that any type of redemptions of any sort are being covered.
Understood, and I appreciate that. Judge Assad, any questions as to the proposed changes to Reg 15?
No questions. Thank you for your hard work on this. I do appreciate it.
Very good. Member Sendall, any questions?
No, I appreciate staff time, Dag Thompson's time, Supervisor Abba and Chief Rippey and meeting and discussing this and addressing the issue and also for entertaining my request to put in a day, 30 days and removing promptly just to give a hard deadline. I think that that's important. So thank you for incorporating that. And I think that's one thing I would just highlight that I think should definitely move forward with the proposed amendments. So thank you.
Very good. Yes. And it's nice when the regs meet the real world. And we definitely want to always do more of that. So yes, thank you for all of your hard work on this, including Member Sendall and the team. And with that, I believe we are ready for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move that the board recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission for adoption the proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15C, as in Charlie, that are before us with the draft date of February 25th, 2026, taking into account there are no changes, so it'll be as is, and it'll be effective upon adoption.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you. With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record our next item for regulatory consideration.
The next regulation agenda item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 16 as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Have we received any public comments via email specific to this regulation item?
No, we have not.
Thank you. Is there anyone present wishing to make a comment on this item before staff makes the presentation? Let's begin in Carson City. Seeing none, is there anyone present wishing to make a comment on this item before staff makes the presentation in Las Vegas? Seeing none, welcome back. Senior Deputy Attorney General Somps, please proceed.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, board members, Madam Secretary. Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office. Before you for your consideration are some proposed changes to Regulation 16, and that pertains to publicly traded corporations. The Investigations Division initiated proposed changes to 16.115, which deals with continuous and delayed public offerings. Again, I worked with Member Sendall and with Deputy Chief Crowley on this language, which is contained in a draft dated February 23rd, 2026. The substantive changes are in 16.115 sub 1A, and in their languages proposed to explicitly allow foreign issuers or foreign private issuers to apply for approval of continuous or delayed public offerings. With this language change, foreign listed publicly traded corporations having negative equity would not be able to apply for a shelf absent some sort of waiver. So these proposed changes would address that. And those are all the proposed changes. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sure Deputy Chief Crowley can answer any questions as well. And if you recommend these changes, that recommendation include a recommendation of approval upon adoption.
Thank you very much, Mr. Somps. Deputy Chief Crowley.
Yes, again, Sean Crowley, Deputy Chief Corporate Securities. So as the number of international companies investing in Nevada publicly traded licensees has increased over the past couple of decades, the Nevada Gaming Control Board has recognized the need to address an inconsistency in NGC Regulation 16.115. As currently written, the regulation allows United States listed publicly traded corporations to apply for a continuous or delayed public offering known as a shelf, even if the corporation's stockholders' equity is less than 10 million. The regulation currently does not allow a foreign listed publicly traded corporation corporation to apply if its equity is less than 10 million. The proposed amendment to Regulation 16115 will rectify that situation and allow any publicly traded corporation that is registered with the commission to apply for a shelf.
Very good. And do you foresee, Deputy Chief, the applicability of this in the near term?
Yes, we have at least one company that has already hit the that issue, and they had to apply for a waiver of the regulation in order to conduct a shelf or to get a shelf and conduct business.
So this makes it more streamlined, and it is very much consistent, in my view, with the public policy of allowing for entities such as this in this circumstance, foreign entities, to be able to participate in Nevada gaming. So on that basis, I am in full support. Member Sindall.
Thank you. No, and again, I want to thank DC Crowley, Senior Dax Somps, and Chief Rippey for moving this along and getting these proposed changes to us. They might seem minor or small, but it's a big deal and it's significant, ensuring that we adhere and acknowledge, all sorts of foreign, issuer, foreign private issuing type entities, and ensure that they can receive a shelf and move forward, and not just limit it to the American Stock Exchange. So happy to support this amendment. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. And just, with the proliferation of gaming worldwide and with the Nevada being able to issue licenses to foreign entities, this is just overdue. We don't have to deal with waiver requests all the time. So I wholeheartedly support this change.
Thank you very much. Yes, absolutely provides full participation and opportunities that other similarly situated licensees would have. So we support that. Very good. Would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move that the board recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission for adoption the proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 16 that are before us, with the draft of date February 23rd, 2026, with the recommendation that the amendments become effective upon adoption.
Very good. Thank you, Judge Assad. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much, and appreciate the hard work of the team. Madam Secretary, this brings us to our last agenda item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon. However, we are happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. Let's first go to Carson City. Is there anyone here wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium. Seeing none, is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record. Very good. Seeing none, this will close our public comment section, thus concluding the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of April 2026. Thank you all very much for your attendance, either virtually or in person. We stand adjourned.